2. I see 8. 1, 2. Check 1.
corporation, and they're a telecom. And
I'm CEO of Access Partnership, and in case you're new to us, our mission is to make sure that as many people as possible in the world have access to transformational technologies without impugning competition or consumer choice. It's a narrow but fun path that we've laid for ourselves, and we use policy as our toolbox. And because we do that all day, every day, we know that even technology that creates the most positive transformation is pretty much as nothing unless it's married to policy that will help it take root and ensure that users trust it. So if that doesn't happen, we don't have to overcomplicate the outcome. It is not something that you need to over-intellectualize. Without the marriage of good technology and effective policy, capital is invested unevenly in individual markets. It's invested unevenly across geographies. Opportunity is shared unfairly. Economic lacunas open up between people and societies, and the old rules of might and right and wealth and power tend to apply over fairness and shared human advancement, which is not a good outcome. So we spend a lot of time in our company predicting outcomes and then walking back those outcomes to see if we can get to something better, so that at worst innovations are accepted, or better still trusted, and at worst, or at best rather, they're improved on and form the basis of advancement and achievement everywhere. But really, like all of you, and I don't pretend to know all of you, but I am 100% convinced that, like you, we have been a little bit remiss, lax even in preparing the world for artificial intelligence, which will form a theme of what we talk about across today. Even if we know what happens now, we also know how to improve the outcome. That's the good news. Don't know if you're all familiar with this pattern, but let's just paint a picture. So start with the present and the race that's on between companies that want to use AI to maximum advantage. Those that have designed it and are using it today, they'll get the most out of it. That one is easy. Where AI was not invented, however, right, that will need to be imported, sometimes by stealth and sometimes just forthrightly bundled in various services. And to do that, AI exporters will say that their AI is safe and good and transformational, and that can be true. They should be able to say that. It can be true, but in the same way that a scalpel is transformational to a patient, but equally it can be very dangerous if it's in the wrong hands. We also know that dangerous things will happen, right? At some point, probably in a country not the UK or the US or anywhere in the G7, and then the export of AI will be curtailed. That's what it'll be called, curtailed in lots of places. So AI importers will be told to stop or to disentangle AI from everything else, to feel like throw away the lesser part of it, which will be just about as successful as it was for Hamlet's heart as it will be for artificial intelligence. And then there'll be a lot of howling from developers of AI, users, and policymakers around the world will react and start to impose hasty, often cack-handed rules that seek to retain productivity gains but also protect the citizen as much as possible. At which point, mark my words, various purveyors of AI will be banking on their USPs, on their unique selling points. Chinese and Saudi and Indian AI will be targeted at countries of the G77 and distinguished from that sort of raw American stuff that, after all, wasn't trained on local data sets the way, say, China's was. And then they'll get into a big shouting match. Big Western tech will claim a more principled use of data and AI, and they'll boast better guardrails. And they'll effectively ask consumers, whom do you trust more? Will it be those in the camp of the avuncular Joe Biden or whomever his predecessor is, or will it be the denizens of the Zhongnanhai complex in Beijing? And then over the medium term, countries that don't ban or only lightly ban AI will get the benefits, but also suffer the most traumas, right? So like any population reaching herd immunity, we know this pattern. There'll be dislocation to workforces and challenges to civil liberty, but also miraculous inventions and solutions that, in very simple terms, put the AI-using countries ahead of others, at which point, unwilling to suffer the growth imbalance any longer, most markets will fold. And like so many lawn chairs, they'll accept AI, again suffering the benefits and the blows, mostly for lack of choice. And they'll live that same AI boom and bust that the transformation will wreak on their economies, only they'll suffer it later than most. They'll bear it slower, and they'll bear it from a place of less bargaining power, and frankly from much more resentment, which is something that corporates need to be alive to. So our baseline task, hopefully we'll get some way towards it today, and part of what we're challenged to cover from now until at least the end of the year, when we'll have a better sense of how AI is rolling out, is how to make sure that 10 years from now, even they, right, those last movers, will grow stronger and slowly richer and develop their own AI, maybe even applying the lessons that we've had in the G7 and some of the first places to use it. And at that point, maybe a more definite version of the voluntary commitments that were articulated on the White House lawn this summer will be placed or in place the world over. Now, to get into the practice of making sure that our work today is not too UK or US centric, let's just run a quick experiment looking at a couple of those commitments made by US tech giants and consider how they'll be perceived by those outside of the magic circle of the US, UK, Canada, France, and so on. It's kind of a quick and dirty way of testing how third markets will accept AI from tech companies. So to do this, I will pretend, that I'm a stakeholder in, say, Malaysia, reading a couple of these very fancy principles. Number one, we commit to prioritizing research on societal risks that AI can pose. So I, the Malaysian, hear this in the best telling as how to create process efficiencies for workers in Manchester and San Francisco, and maybe a couple of really white-collar corners in Maharashtra. At the top end, maybe its intent is to help the G7 deal with diabetes, but where I am, the big societal risks are child hunger and ethnic and confessional tension. And I have absolutely no confidence that these are societal risks that the White House was talking about. At worst, I'm imagining that AI is going to help Chinese trawlers optimize their fishing in my archipelago and deprive my population of a necessary source of protein. And I'm imagining how fast my country's muftis will demand a ban on AI because it lacks a societal framework that's in any way Islamic. So we'll do one more. We commit to publicly reporting AI systems capabilities, limitations, and areas of appropriate and inappropriate use. It's a little bit subjective. In Malaysia, we don't publicly report commercial problems, and I don't really believe that anyone else voluntarily does that either, anywhere in the world. So this, at best, sounds to me like virtue washing. I'll never really get the full picture on the risks of AI, not least because the AI company who will define what's a limitation is the one telling me. That's surely putting the fox in charge of the hen house. And anyway, what is appropriate use? If it helps me identify fraud and my growing economy in my extractable sector, say, then I'm going to use it. And if lots of civil society gets swept up in the dragnet, well, that's just the cost of development. I have to take the macro view, the same as the Chinese, so too bad. If I don't, I'll get crushed. You get the idea. My purpose here today is really not to deride any of the work that's been done to shape rulemakings around AI. I think, on the contrary, at this point, it would be irresponsible not to build on any reasonable foundation. But let's agree, at least today, that we won't have any pride of authorship, just selfless contribution. And part of our contribution today has to be to understand how the rest of the world will see policies that we develop in the UK, and to make sure ultimately that at each step we decrease the chances of that inauspicious unfolding that I described earlier, and hopefully go a bit further Our work needs to enable the dissemination of AI across the global economy so that unhappy scenario I opened with doesn't come to pass. It's kind of a modest proposal. In fact, we should be stamping our feet and demanding a Geneva Convention for AI and a set of Bretton Woods institutions around its development and its regulation and its testing, but we know that the international community moves in baby steps if COP is anything to, or even for that matter, the General Assembly is anything to go by. And so today, maybe for as long as we can hold the thought, remember that whatever we put in place should at least consider how others will read it. That's the only way to build trust universally. And secondly, make it easier and not harder to experiment with AI locally. The better for people locally to understand how to optimize it, what it's good for and what it isn't for them. And if we can do that, and if we can start to anticipate Malaysia's skepticism in our process of designing policies, we'll certainly have earned some lunch and contributed to the work that this country is doing to put the UK at the center of fair and lasting development of AI and all the policies that will give it reach. So I hope that you can contribute to that and actively participate in our panels today. As you see, we start out with AI and move into everything that enables AI, including connectivity and content. And so with that, I thank you, welcome you to the conference, welcome very much. Thank you very much for making the trip, and look forward to seeing you across the day.
Thanks, Greg, for that taking over my job, I think, because he's actually run through all of the sessions already. I'm going to stand by the side here because I'm a little bit short, and I apologize, but I feel that this is not quite my proper height. Welcome everybody to TPX. My name is May Ann. I am the director of the FairTech Institute over at Access Partnership, and we do a lot of monitoring, evaluation, indexing, just trying to make sure that people make plans and stay on track to do their plans, and then we measure them to see whether they're doing it correctly or not. So thank you very much for everybody joining us here today. We're going to be talking a little bit about expanding technological frontiers in the emerging markets. And as Greg mentioned, we have sessions which will bring us through what the questions that we are facing today around artificial intelligence. Then we're going to have a discussion around connectivity, because after all, everything that we do today, the layer that enables all of our policies to happen is the connectivity layer. And then we go into one of the most sticky situations that we've encountered, which is content moderation. And then we move on to the economic argument, which is on digital trade. And I'm really, really pleased that we have really, really exciting panelists to be bringing us discussions today. Couple of I won't say rules, but rules for engagement, shall we say. I think everybody here is really keen to figure out who else is in the room. Yes? No? We purposely left out so it's TPX. We purposely left out the O and the I there because we need your I and your O, your input and your output. So that's part of your networking KPIs, okay? You have to go and meet at least 5 people on every single networking break, and then we can always make sure that we know each other. This also gives us, and this is my second recommendation for us to be engaging, please don't be afraid of this divide. Just because you're sitting in the audience doesn't mean that you don't have a voice. I think that we all love the fact that we are back to in-person events. We do have a live stream going on, but guess what? The live stream people can't actually interact directly with the audience. So I'd really like to encourage you, if you're at any point in time, and I apologize to the moderators and the speakers, if at any one point in time you feel, actually, can I ask a question? Just treat this as a classroom session and just say, hey, I would really like to respond to that. Thank you very much, speaker. And simply stand up, and I believe that we do have mics and mic runners who, yeah, Luca? Yeah, we do have mics and mic runners who will pass you the mic. So please feel free to be engaging in an exchange, in an I/O, in an input-output session where we are discussing all together. So with all of those rules in place, thank you very much again for waking up super duper early to come here. I would now like to hand over the time to the first panelists, as well as Our first moderator, my colleague Melissa Gavenda, who is the head of the AI Policy Lab over at Access Partnership. Come on over, Melissa. I leave Melissa to introduce the panelists who will be part of her session, and I think that we all will be anticipating a pretty interesting discussion on AI. Over to you, Melissa.
Great, thank you, Mia. Okay, is my mic on? We're sorted. Okay, thank you. Ubenwa is an Igbo word that means the cry of a child. Does anyone know what language Igbo is? Go for it. Yes. Correct. It's a language spoken in Nigeria, and the Ubenwa app is an app that uses algorithms to make a distinction between the cry of a baby who is healthy and the cry of a baby who has restricted blood and energy flow to its brain. The app has been endorsed by the World Health Organization, and it was created by a Nigerian, Charles Onu. Immersive tech and AI can be truly transformational. At Access Partnership and at our AI Policy Lab, we've spent a significant amount of time thinking about how to include creators like Charles in discussions around AI. How do we create more non-Western conversations and discussions? Good morning, everyone. I'm Melissa Gavenda, and it's my pleasure to moderate today's panel. I have spent the last 15 years working in public policy, and I've also now aged myself. I've spent the last 2 years working at the intersection of tech and public policy, and I'm curious and passionate about how technology can change lives, especially so in Nigeria and other developing countries. Please, can I ask my panelists to introduce themselves?
Yes.
Dr. Al-Qahtani.
Hello everyone. This is Dr. Majd Al-Qahtani. I'm from Saudi Arabia, and I'm working as an assistant professor at King Saud University. Also, last 15 years, I was working as a data and AI consultant in many private and also governmental sectors. So we have been working in different projects, including smart cities, and also the project that is related to AI and also IoT. So we've been in this sector, and we have faced a lot of challenges, and it's good to be part of this interesting and informative session. So to really exchange our thought, our experience, our stories, to have a better understanding of the whole ecosystem that is around AI and immersive technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia?
Good morning. Thank you, Melissa, and thanks to Access Partnerships colleagues for inviting me here today. My name is Julia Imane Marsan. I'm based in Indonesia, in Jakarta, where I work for an international organization called Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. And our mandate is to promote economic integration and development in the region across ASEAN and East Asia, but we're increasingly participating in global fora. We are quite active, for instance, in the G20, we have been participating in the G7. We collaborate with a lot of other multilateral organizations, from the ADB to the OECD, where I was working before joining AREA, or UN agencies. And because of the spectacular transformation of the digital economy across the Asia-Pacific region, looking at what's happening, looking at this intersection between digital technologies, inclusion, and economic development is becoming increasingly central in our portfolio of activities.
Colin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Colin Christie. I reside in Metro Manila, Philippines. I've been doing business there for, well, to date oneself, well over a couple of decades. Originally in the semiconductor electronics, and then more recently in the BPO, business process outsourcing and healthcare sector. Relating to today's topic, I co-founded and served as president of the Board of Trustees of the Analytics and AI Association of the Philippines, and we're working very closely with our national government, with the industry members, and the academic sector. And of course, I think AI has brought much around the world, and certainly in the Philippines, a combination of excitement and fear, especially on the employment front. As you can imagine, the Philippines is highly dependent on services work. So there's a lot of questions about what's happening there. And also we have, of course, all of the typical problems that emerging market, place has. And so I thought the framework that was shown in the opening remarks today were very exciting, and I'm very excited to be here in London to engage in this sort of conversation.
Great, thank you. So to kick off our first question is, we know that algorithms require large language models. And in creating these large language models, we need data to be labeled and classified. And many are concerned that those who are undertaking the data labeling come from vulnerable backgrounds and are paid a pittance. How should we address this?
Yeah, I think this got thrust into maybe some consciousness just very recently in the last couple of weeks. The Washington Post ran a front page story about data labelers. They called them digital sweatshop operations in the Philippines. I think there were some issues with the way it was presented. I think there was some confusion because a cynic might say in an attempt to be on the front page, they talked about 2 million people involved. By no means are there 2 million people in the Philippines doing data labeling work. There's probably about 10,000. There's probably 2 million gig workers. So, I think some of the common concerns around the gig workers as well. And so a very successful company out of the US called Scale AI, one that most people haven't heard of, but they're the ones, I think there's a misconception that, it's AI, it's computers, it's this old software, it's this old algorithms, and not an understanding that huge amount of labor input has gone into making these systems work through labeling of data. Mm-hmm. And this work is being done with people being paid and usually under direct contract through websites like remotetasks.com website. And so there's concerns, is there really fairness? There's a major concern about that. So I think the Philippines wasn't, in terms of conversation, including with the national government, wasn't even really a topic of conversation. So I think definitely the Washington Post highlighting this was a good thing. And now there's a lot of conversation about how do we control this.
Yeah, Julia, do you have any comments? How do you feel about it?
Perhaps, a couple of reflections. I think this is an extremely interesting example that is showing us that many of us, perhaps most of us, sometimes, we open our computer, we use ChatGPT, but we don't think so much, about, what's behind, what are other problems that could be arising in the future. So definitely, this is something that is clearly highlighting the fact that, we need more knowledge of what's behind AI, also when we think about policymaking and how to regulate AI. And the other hand is also highlighting the fact that, again, and I'm sure this is something that will emerge many, many times in the conversation today across different sessions. AI is not just for tech regulators. When we think about regulating AI, we really need to think in a very holistic way about, how to tackle the issue. So what you just highlighted is a matter also for experts of labor rights. The employment minister or ministry and so on and so forth. So we are just at the beginning of the journey. Obviously, there are many things that are still relatively unknown, and there will be many things we will discover during the journey. But on one hand, as highlighted very clearly during the keynote speech, we need dialogue across different regions and across different countries. But also within a national ecosystem, we need a lot of dialogue across different ministries and different agencies responsible for different sectors of our economy, because the digital transformation is so pervasive. So at the end, it's basically touching upon any area of policymaking.
Dr. Al-Qudani, I think that's an interesting point about dialogue and discussions. Can you maybe share from Saudi what you've experienced?
So this is a very important question regarding the ethical AI development. Mm-hmm. So usually, we are hearing about AI ethics and also data ethics. So we are hearing this from different countries worldwide. It's very important to make sure that through the AI life cycle, starting from defining the problem, building or identifying the data that you are going to train the model, then you go to try to find the right model, validate it, test it, and then deploy it. So this is the life cycle of any AI project. So how can we make sure there is an ethical consideration during the whole life cycle? So we are hearing about this large models. So it's the ChatGPT, Google Bot. So we have an access to use those technology, but we don't have access to the data where the technology was built on or was based on. So this is very important. We don't know. So there are big discussion about is this data represent the whole population or only sample of the population? Is this data, it has a potential bias or discrimination or not? So this is like ongoing discussion with all like stakeholders, all the people in this ecosystem. So back to your question. So in Saudi Arabia, in September 14, 2022, there was an announcement about AI ethics principles. So there was, it was announced at the AI summit, which was held in Riyadh, where more than 10,000 participants was there at that time last year. This AI ethics, it has like 7 principles, and starting from the fairness, humanity, social and environmental benefits. Also, it include explainability and transparency, also accountability and responsibility. So all of those principles. So people, like all the stakeholders, all the companies that are involved in developing AI technology, also immersive technology, including augmented reality, virtual reality, they have to follow those principles. Otherwise, like there will be a misuse of this technology, and we will not maximize the benefit, and there will be a potential risk at the end. So it's very important to make sure, like it's starting as like a principle, ethics. Everyone want to follow those ethics, but later on it will be turned as a policy, and there will be a penalty if someone violate those rules and principles. So this is, I think, it's a good movement, and it's a good discussion. So to start from like those giant tech company, they have to at least listen to like all the developer, all the researcher, and they have to be more transparent about the data that they build those large model based on. Yeah,
sure.
And thank you.
We'll get to, I think, data and collection of that later and accountability. But I think you spoke about stakeholders, and who are the key stakeholders here if we think about the AI ecosystem. And we know policymakers are important, and we know educating them is really critical. But in terms of diversity, for example, women, those are disabled, those who are marginalized, what do we think about skills development there?
Maybe I can speak a little bit about what's happening in the Philippines as
Sure.
an example. So I think what's happening is maybe a little bit on the positive side. There has already been, because of digital transformation, more generally speaking, a lot of activities and frameworks and projects addressing skills development. So for example, I mentioned Analytics and AI Association. We're in a partnership with an organization in the Philippines called PBED, Philippine Business for Education, funded by the Australian government, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. And so there's a project that launched in 2021 before the sort of the ChatGPT inflection point called A Future That Works.
Mm-hmm.
And very much putting together an overall roadmap and framework of upskilling, the population in the Philippines. Now, when the challenge has just been how fast things are moving, because a lot of these frameworks, I think in a lot of these countries, these sorts of things have existed. But I think we need to remind ourselves we sort of hit an inflection point, about 9-10 months ago with the launch of ChatGPT, because I think it's important to differentiate just the general term AI, which has been around for, literally decades, but certainly in our lives for 10, 15 years, from generative AI.
Mm-hmm.
This is a completely different animal. So we're used to AI, working when you do an image search, or if you order food online or plan your trip on Google Maps or something like that. AI is already so deeply embedded sort of in the infrastructure, in the background. Now all of a sudden, at a very economically affordable level, we have a tool that's generating information, generating text, generating images, and largely in the hands of people who are not that familiar yet with how, what the limitations are and what the biases are and how to use it. And those are just the good actors, never mind the bad actors who now have access to this as well. So I think we're in the situation where it's difficult to sort of catch your breath because the technology is sort of ahead right now of the understanding and the frameworks and the regulation and all that sort of thing. So I think part of the solution is to come back to what I was saying, is that if we can take existing frameworks and existing projects like this Future at Works project and then revisit and say, gee, we wrote that plan 2-3 years ago, let's refresh it and let's now think about specifically generative AI, not just general AI, and how might we have modified that framework given the challenges that you just listed off, which was an excellent list of principles. That's much better than starting from ground zero, where we just have to organize first. Let's take advantage of these existing structures.
Juliana, do you agree? Should we look at existing frameworks?
Well, I certainly agree about the fact that skills are critical. At the end, skill development is a formidable way to empower people and to empower citizens. And this, let me just go back to what I was saying earlier. We already talked about the Ministry for ICT. I mentioned the Ministry of Labor, and now we are calling in also the Ministry of Education because, again, it's a highly interdisciplinary issue, and therefore, the way we're going to structure our education system is incredibly critical vis-a-vis the digital transformation. Every person around the world is somehow facing from those in disconnected areas to those in very highly connected areas. I think that, again, we need to think about, and this is something that is, first of all, emerging very well when I'm having conversation with startuppers and entrepreneurs in Asia. And is also very much reflected in most AI strategies and plans in Southeast Asia. So when you look at the building blocks of these different strategies, basically in every Southeast Asian country, skill development in some manifestation is there. And that is, partly because some Southeast Asian countries are perhaps a little bit still lacking the level of skills that we are seeing elsewhere. The region is very diverse. We have countries like Singapore or Vietnam, where actually, according to international rankings, students are performing really, really well. But other countries where this is not the case, and the countries where I'm based, Indonesia, is sitting in this category where really, there are big ways of improvement when it comes to skill development in general and for technological development specifically. But we also need to think about a system where, at the end, most people get exposed to some kinds of tech skills. That doesn't mean we should aim for a population where 100% of people have a PhD in computer science. Of course, this will be realistic. But I think going forward, it will become very, very important to combine different skill sets and also probably more exposure than today to tech skills. Because again, this will allow people to better understand the amazing opportunities offered by AI, but also the threats, how my data can be used or misused. So I think we need a little bit more this conversation that, again, is a way to popularize or democratize also the conversation around artificial intelligence, both in developed countries, but also very much in emerging economies. And then just to comment on what you were saying before, because I think it's also related to the question you just asked. You mentioned women, you mentioned people with disability. This also brings us to the issue of data sets and whether they're biased or not. There's a lot of evidence out there in the literature. I'm sure that everybody is already fully aware. Unfortunately, typically, the data sets that exist, they are reflecting the biases that are present in our societies. They were built by human beings, collected or labeled, and therefore, the biases that have been there for centuries are also in the data sets. So it's not a problem with immediate solution, but this is why more transparency, more accountability around how these tools are working is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, we really risk to perpetrate and exacerbate these biases rather than trying to fix the problem. And again, I mean, perhaps we really need different types of skill sets. I think going forward, again, will be very, very important also to think more about transversal skills, these kind of skills that equip people to learn how to learn, because we are just at the beginning, as I was saying before. So we don't know exactly, what are the perfect skills for the digital transformation or the AI revolution. So these kind of skills that are actually empowering people and equipping people to be more adaptable, either in labor market or when having to face a big technological transformation, are incredibly important. And again, I mean, there's research, there is some evidence. It's something that where there is no consensus yet. I mean, nobody probably knows or can list the perfect skills to learn how to learn, but we know that there are certain types of education and training, from project-based learning, working in a team, being able to debate and see problems from a different perspective, that are certainly contributing to this kind of skills development.
Okay, yes. Continue what you have also discussed. So when we focus on the education and skill development, especially that is related to the digital skill, so this is very important, because we're having a new technology, and this technology, people will not have an access unless they know or understand how they can use this technology. So building such important skills, it's crucial. It's something, it's very important, where all the countries, they are trying to heavily in this invest in this direction. In Saudi Arabia, we have the National Strategy for Data and AI, which is established and announced in 2020. And part of this strategy is the talent development program. And where the goal is, we are transferring not only the technology, we are transferring knowledge. Because at the end of the day, if the technology is there and there is no enough sufficient knowledge, we will get, and we will not benefit and utilize those technology. So there are a lot of programs is happening in the kingdom, and it's fully funded by the government. They want to make all the citizens, they have access to this technology, starting even from the primary school, elementary school, and also high school, going to the university, fresh graduate, and also employees, and until the executive level. So I'm involved last year in a program that was just a pilot project, where the goal is to teach 100 teachers from high school in the basic of the data science, AI, immersive technology, and also targeting more than 600 students. And those 600 students, they were selected 50 men and 50 women. And also they were selected from different, more than 50 cities in the kingdom. Okay, north, south, east, west, small main cities, small cities, the other 6 small cities that is in the rural country. So the goal is to see how those students interacting, their ability and capability, and also curiosity to learn new skills. So the output of this program was impressive. It's beyond our expectation. So they are hearing artificial intelligence. This is the future skills from all over the world. So they start to have this kind of curiosity to learn those new skills. So this program is extended this year to include more than 1,500 teachers and also 30,000 students. And we are now in the middle of the program, and the progress, the output is still outstanding. So the goal is, after this program, to go to the third stage, where this course and those new courses will be part of the main courses in the school. So it's a strategic decision by the government to make sure, if we want to be, because this is part of the Vision 2030, is the Saudi Arabia it has to be one of the top 5 countries in the worldwide in the AI and data and AI, to reach that, you need to start from the early, like the primary level. So they will build a very good knowledge plug by plug. So to make sure that once the technology is mature, they will be the one who's gonna lead this technology. You know, also we have different initiatives. It's happening also in the kingdom related to not only local, but also international. So in the AI Summit last year, there was a big announcement about the kingdom. They are enabling more than 25,000 women worldwide. It's going to be fully funded by the Saudi government, especially from those developing countries. And they are the goal of this program to make sure the women, they have the accessibility to the artificial intelligence. And this year, they already trained more than 5,000, and they are committed in 5 years to cover 25,000 women worldwide. And this is kind of initiatives, the commitment that Saudi Arabia is not only focused on their citizens, but also they have an access to the international community.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really transformational approach, and I like it's across genders, across races, and across nations as well.
Sure.
So speaking of nations, we know that the UK will host the AI Safety Summit in November. We know there's the G7 and G20 and the UN. They all have AI initiatives. Do these forums provide a platform for marginalized voices and non-Western countries? And how do you think that plays out if we think about the idea of global AI regulation and ethical regulation? Dr. Al-Khani, do you want to start? Or?
Yeah, I think we can start from you.
Colin, you want to go for it?
Yeah, I think part of the challenge, with this is that we're trying to reach out from places like the UK into conversations with emerging countries, and there's sort of a baked-in assumption that those local countries have one voice on this on this matter, or already digested and understood what their needs are. So I think that's part of the challenge too. You spoke about education for the educators and the kids, but actually I think we still need a huge amount of education for the policymakers as well. I think this is one of the challenges we're seeing in the Philippines, is that there's already multiple competing bills in our Congress around AI. Some of them a little bit maybe knee-jerk reaction, because as I said at my opening, the first fear was, oh my gosh, what's this going to do to employment in a service-driven economy? We have so much business process outsource work being done in the Philippines, so there's a little bit of a reaction to, oh, maybe we need to somehow limit this, or put protective measures in that. But then, of course, there's other folks in the same house who are saying, no, that's the wrong approach. So I think because of the speed that this has come at us, this is still a challenge. And then, as you said, folding in all the voices that need to be at that table too. So I think in addition to the international exchange and dialogue, there still is quite a need at the local level to come to grips and come to terms with what the priorities should be. And I think that's one of the challenges that we're going to have to overcome.
So nations just being able to have their own stance, but there's consensus internally that they have them. Juliana, what is your view?
I'm not sure I can say there's global consensus of how to define ethical AI, because again, different countries might have different sensibilities, and also because we're a little bit at the beginning of the process. But certainly what I can say is that the digital transformation, including discussion around AI that have become very, very popular over the last couple of years, especially after, let's say, the pandemic emergency was over, have become one of the critical issues keeping policymakers up at night, or at least many of them, has really become a conversation that is happening in many, many different geopolitical fora. You mentioned the G7 and the G20, probably because we are in London today. This is some of the fora that Western countries are primarily looking at, although within the G7 we also have Japan, that I'm not sure we can consider a Western country, given that it's in the East, but it's clearly very much let's say, a group of like-minded and more cohesive countries that it is the G7 at the moment. But I don't know if you have paid attention to that. I think that just before the UN General Assembly in New York, there was the G77 plus China summit in Havana, Cuba, where they discussed very much about technology and issue around access, the digital transformation, including artificial intelligence. So this is just an example of a forum where, again, conversation about how to regulate, what should we do about even tech transfer, are definitely taking place outside fora like G7 and G20 that perhaps are a little bit more discussed on the British or European or American press. And I think that reflects very clearly the fact we now live in a world where the geography of innovation is changing and has been changing for a while. I really like talking about this issue because I've been analyzing innovation ecosystem in many different regions of the world. And I think that when you go and travel, you can really witness this transformation. But even when you look at the data, you see it. I mean, if you look, for instance, at a very simple and not way from perfect indicator of innovation activities like patents, I think until more or less the 70s, end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s, patents, I mean, the OECD area, I mean, basically the Club of Developed Countries, now, I mean, it's enlarging, but anyway, it corresponding to more than 90% of global patenting activities. Then, I mean, since the 80s, you see a kind of bifurcation of the graphic, OECD versus the rest of the world, and this is clearly indicating that new big important players in terms of technology and innovation are emerging. I mean, we know that probably China can explain also the diversification and this bifurcation of the graphic, but nevertheless, I mean, there are innovation hotspots even beyond China. If we just look at Asia, I mean, everybody knows about Bangalore. India is also becoming a very important player, but even in Southeast Asia, there are a lot of unicorns, I mean, startups with evaluation of more than $1 billion US. Some of them now are public companies that have witnessed a spectacular growth and spectacular developments in terms of usage, new apps, and they're clearly, changing also the way societies outside Europe or North America are interacting and behaving vis-a-vis technology. And this is, I think, something that is incredibly important to keep in mind, even when we talk about regulation, because again, I mean, ideally, in an ideal world, I'm not sure we are there, but when we talk about something that is basically affecting most population on the planet, it would be much better to have a little bit of consensus, or at least, I mean, a dialogue to develop common principles and standards. And this is why dialogue across different regions is very, very important. And again, I mean, it's also happening not just between the US and some other countries. I think you're very much aware, for instance, there will be very soon, I think, a summit between the Gulf Cooperation Council and ASEAN heads of state taking place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, because the Gulf Cooperation countries and the Middle East are increasingly looking at what's happening in Southeast Asia, I mean, a high growth, emerging region in the world, and so therefore they want to promote economic connections. And when these summits are taking place, clearly the digital transformation is always part of the conversation.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think this is also a very important question when it comes to the collaboration and partnership between the global society. So one of the things that I have seen and also I have noticed is that we have two groups. One group is representing the tech companies, and it include all the individual developers who's like building those technology. So they are main focus about like building those products, which is gonna at the end of the day to bring revenue. So so their main focus is in terms of research and development is to make sure that this product is bring revenue and without any restriction. So they want to accelerate the growth of those products and also try to enhance it, make sure it's it will get those, like they will get customer client to buy those products. So they don't want restriction, they don't want rules, they want to be free, like to start to be like in the area of like innovation, creativity. On the other side, we have the policymaker, where they are looking at the whole scene and make sure that everything has to follow the rules. They have to have full control of everything. So they want to make sure there is no misuse of this technology and there is no potential risk comes out of this technology. So they are more conservative on the other side. So this side and the other side, they are more open, and they want to be free, like to innovate. So the idea is they are like two sides. So the idea of this discussion, the idea of the workshop, the idea of the AI summit is to bring them together on one table. Because the policymakers, they know they have to understand this technology, and they have to, those technology, if they want to innovate, they need some freedom. But at the same time, those also the tech companies, they have also to know and understand the potential risk out of this technology. It's going to affect it's not about revenue and efficiency. It has also potential effect on other things related to data privacy, security. All of this is kind of very important things that has to be addressed. So put them together, those, in one table, they will start to understand each other and come up with a policy that is really fit with it does not hold the acceleration and the growth of the technology, and at the same time, it will not bring a new risk. This is an example of that is what's happening with the ChatGPT. When it comes, everyone want to have an access. They are very excited about the outcome of this ChatGPT that's going to enhance the productivity, the efficiency, whatever. And later on, they start to see, our data, our personal data is our region, and all the data, it's violate this kind of rules that is related to data security, data privacy. So some of the governments start to hold and stop the using of this technology. Other universities, they start also to. So this is the thing, that there are new technology comes in, and people, they don't understand the risk, and then the government start to understand some potential risk, and they start to hold, and they ask them to wait until they bring or they issue policies and drafting policies, and usually when they draft policy, it will take a lot of time. It's not that easy. Just on one day we can issue a new policy. It's a long process, and it's very slow. So in Saudi Arabia, this is one of the initiatives, one of the efforts, especially international effort, that they did. They issued 3 months ago about the National Center for AI Research and Ethics. And this is an international center where the goal is to bring all the stakeholders worldwide, all the policymakers, to be part of this, to be part of this center, to make sure that we are living in the same world. We are facing the same issue. So how can we bring collaborative efforts where everyone can contribute to this effort? We know some countries, they are performing very well, other countries they are not. So how can we promote and foster those kind of partnership and collaboration?
Excellent. Thank you.
Can I pick up
Yeah,
on that?
sure.
I think you raised such a vital issue around collaboration, because we're dealing with something that's sort of without precedent. We're talking about a technological product that's literally going to touch just about everybody on the planet in a profound way. And but largely the discussions around regulation, around policy, I feel like they're not engaging early enough in the development of the product. It's sort of like the product's there's got certain outputs.
Yeah.
Now we try to put some sort of rules and regulations around the outputs. And no one is really collaborating on the inputs. And typically, because you don't want to stifle innovation, you don't necessarily want a lot of regulatory restrictions around creativity of a tech product. But this is, again, an unprecedented product. Just as we said at the beginning, a lot of people were surprised to learn until the Washington Post article came out that, oh my gosh, there's all this human input on labeling the data. But there's other human input. So we seem to think that, okay, we take all of this labeled data and we put it into this algorithm and we train this AI, and then we get what we get. We get, you get ChatGPT, it gives you whatever answer. Mm-hmm. That's actually not true. There's a second layer. They call it RLHF, not to get too technical here, but it stands for reinforcement learning from human feedback, the human process again. So the AI model is trained, it gets a certain output, and then someone has to decide how to now do that second cycle of reinforcement learning from human feedback who are making the decisions on what the human feedback to the AI is?
Yep.
It's the tech companies in isolation, and it's largely the American tech companies, and even more specifically California tech companies, that are deciding we're going to shape the output of these models using decision-making that we're coming up with to reinforce these models. And no one's engaged in that. And that, I see that as the input side. But I think most of because this is so complex and people are just getting their minds around it, our natural reaction, we're used to regulating products sort of at the end of the line. You know, the car comes off the line, and then we have regulations around that, but we sort of have a hands-off approach because, again, not to stifle innovation, but I think we have to reevaluate this in the case of AI.
What would be a potential solution there? So maybe.
Well, I think what you said, I think there needs to be a lot more dialogue with actually the people who are creating these products.
Yeah.
And I guess probably starts with transparency. Probably, I don't think I've met anyone who can tell me or is willing to tell me what the rule set is for the reinforcement learning, for example. Okay? The folks at OpenAI know, the folks at Google, Microsoft, et cetera, they know.
Mm-hmm.
And they're hiring, and then again, they're even outsourcing that work to people like Scale AI. So these, I think we're just going to have to say, because of the unusual nature of this type of product, we really need a seat at the table to understand, starting with transparency, and then they're going to have to be technical experts, on the policy side, who can engage with the technical experts who are making these design decisions.
Yeah, that.
If I can just be Burnett, just
Yeah.
a word. I mean, I just would like to bring into the conversation the word accountability, because together with transparency, perhaps we also need a little bit more of accountability. Because again, it's a bit related to what you were saying before. I mean, the problem you described, it's part of the reason why there are so many biases, and sometimes, I mean, the answer you can get could be a little bit problematic, because perhaps, again, I mean, some of these mechanisms were developed without having, sometimes it's possible to have, of course, full representation, but, maybe a little bit more and better representation would help. And this is why, I mean, together with transparency, I really think that we should try to put pressure on leaders to promote a system with more accountability.
Great.
Yes, and I think this is very important, like part of the inclusion of the society or the digital society is to make sure that there will be a way or a method to monitor and evaluate in a continuous way. So continuous monitoring and assessment, this is very important to make sure that are we going or heading to the right direction or not. So building like an index for maturity index,
Yeah.
to make sure that are we on the same or the right way or not? Are we including all the stakeholders of the society or not? Are we following all the AI ethics, data ethics that we should enforce or not? So this is, I think, it's very important to build like maturity index for the nation. And also it can be also for each, like this is what's happening in the kingdom. We have the entities called the DGA, which is the Digital Government Authority. So where the goal is to build a maturity index for each government entity.
Sure.
Okay, there is an annual evaluation, annual assessment, and there is a criteria they have to follow it. So to make sure, because they already issue some rules, policies that has control and specification. So they want all the government agencies, because they are bringing a new technology, they are adopting those new technology. Are they comply with those policies and controls and specification or not? Compliance. So they are doing like a feedback loop. So whenever they see some not good use, so they are going to do like feedback, and the action will take a place.
That's interesting. Thank you for explaining that. I think we're at Q&A time. Does anyone have any questions for the panel? Yes, Peter.
How are we doing this? You want to got my streaming.
No, it's not on.
Just on that last point, Dr. Al-Qahtani, my boss, Mayanne, has a maturity index. She was flagging indexes when she first launched. So we'd love to talk to you about the index.
So,
What about a couple of points? So thank you. Really rich set of inputs. How do we lean in? If I listen to the keynote, this still stands to be a very positive story. And so I want to, Colin, aren't we the human learning reinforcement mechanism? Don't we already have a seat at the table? Aren't the algorithms getting trained on what they see us putting in? Isn't that the reinforcement mechanism? And I put the point out there because surely all of these companies we're looking to, the OpenAIs, the Bards, the Ernies, they're looking to see what the market is telling them about the opportunity. So shouldn't we be conscious that we're actually feeding into that? And the reason I premise it like this, Julia, you talked about digital transformation. This is really digital transformation on steroids, isn't it? Aren't we trying to get this into the hands of as many people as possible so that we can see how we need to reinforce and train the algorithms to be addressing a lot of these problems, social inequity, hunger, environment, and so on. And you all came in from a labour angle at some point or another, and this doesn't look like it's a disappearing of jobs. It looks like an augmenting of jobs, everything we can see. It looks like it stands to disproportionately benefit emerging economies, the marginalised, if we can put it in their hands. So Access Partnership did some research. I think in the Philippines, 79.3 billion contribution to GDP, roughly 20% if we get this right, if we look at where the jobs can be augmented. India, 621 billion per annum, 18%, Japan, 1.1 trillion, say 27%. So this stands to be quite a huge addition of productivity. So my question back to you, given everything you've put, how do we lean in? How do we help both the policymakers and our corporate colleagues to work out what they need to hear from the marketplace so they can help guide the algorithm?
Perhaps I could start. There was a lot there. So let me start with the points at the end. I think there is actually, and the Access Partnership study that was done for Philippines has generated a lot of buzz and excitement because augmenting, sometimes if, rather than thinking of it as artificial intelligence, think of it as augmented intelligence, right? There is a lot of excitement that actually can unlock a lot of GDP growth and a lot of actual benefits. That's why I referred earlier that there's been a little bit of a reaction like, oh, let's not be too quick in the Philippines to knee-jerk regulate because you might actually block this benefit from happening. And I think that message has gotten across actually. The dialogue that's happening right now is actually very positive and healthy. So I think it's not an either-or question, though. It's not that just that across the board all jobs will just be augmented. There will certainly be some jobs that will be displaced. Perhaps those are ones that it's okay that they displaced. They're very repetitive and not, that engaging at sort of a job as long as we have upskilling and reskilling programs, to address those. I think to your earlier part about the reinforcement learning, I think just to clarify on that, I think the point I was trying to make, and it's largely not really understood, there's two phases of training generative AI, like ChatGPT or Bard or others. The first is they feed trillions of lines of text are fed in, and this sets what are called model weights in the model. But then there's a very human, and so that's not a very human process, that's a data process. But then there's a process that literally these large tech companies spend millions of dollars, and it takes several months, and they are using labor across the world, and they're literally engaging in conversation with the chat, and then depending on the response, they're giving reinforcement feedback to the model to say, no, we don't answer that sort of question. The simple ones that probably everybody would agree on is like if I ask, how do I make a nuclear bomb or something,
Yeah.
the initially trained model might actually be able to answer that question for you, right? But the reinforcement learning human feedback layer puts a cap on that. But the danger is that so the bias comes from two levels. inherently the bias in the underlying training data, right? So unfortunately, the AI is just reflecting the bias that we all have, right? It's not creating new bias, it's reflecting the bias that's already there in our literature. But then it can be amplified because decisions are sort of being made to like, oh, these are acceptable questions, these are unacceptable questions, and there's a political bias even that comes in, and that decision making is very much Silicon Valley centric on who's deciding, and there's no transparency and no accountability, on those inputs. So, I was mentioning we need to engage in this conversation. I think one model, it's not a perfect model, but one model that maybe is something to think about is in the US, for example, the FDA, the approval of drugs, right? So when it comes to the drug approval process, again, let's just focus on the US process. It's not just a matter of only looking at outputs. I actually I'm involved in a health tech startup in the Philippines, and we have a piece of software that has to be FDA approved. So we actually went through this whole cycle. There are procedures in that process that very much look at your process, not just at the output. So they are looking at the inputs. They very much investigate, and the way the FDA model works in the US is they'll have a panel of experts in your specific area, and you have to submit proposals and plans and documentation, and those experts will look at the inputs, the process, and the outputs, and make a decision on whether or not to allow you to put that product on the market. I think there have been various people calling for perhaps that sort of model applied to AI. There have been people like Max Tegmark at MIT who called for a pause to allow time to put those structures in. Max himself will tell you he never expected anyone would agree to it. He just wanted to get that into the conversation. So I think we're struggling because, as I said, we're dealing with a product that's so different to what we're used to. But we can maybe find some of these frameworks. So I think that's how we lean in.
Yes. Go ahead.
I mean, I agree. You talked about it, with the case of the Saudi Arabian initiatives. I think that we can expect, and it's partially happening, even innovations in the way we are governing the digital transformation or AI itself. I mean, you made the example of new agencies popping up. I think it will happen both at the national level, but also hopefully at the multilateral, transnational level, because again, I mean, data and AI tools don't stop across borders, so we really need as much as we can, I mean, international dialogue around these issues. And I mean, to continue what you said, I mean, again, it's very much related, I think, when we were talking about transparency and accountability, we can even think about authorities, issuing certification. Now, I mean, maybe many of us are aware of this certification called B Corp that is essentially telling that a company is, doing whatever they can to be more inclusive and sustainable. And in the future, we could think about certain certification around certain types of AI models. But again, I mean, that are a bit similar if you want to certain types of health warning, for instance. But then, I mean, it's very important then that the general population have the skills to understand this kind of certification and what they imply. And this is why, again, I mean, we need skills, in the policymaking colleagues and people like us trying to analyze what's going on, but also in consumers. I mean, consumers are very powerful. I mean, if suddenly they stop using certain tools because they think they're not inclusive enough, then I think that we put enough pressure to the IT companies and the tech giants to change a little bit the models. So I think empowering consumers by explaining what are the implications and maybe developing certain certification is certainly a good incentive to that. And my very final word, I'm sure that somebody will touch upon it in the next sessions. I think when we talk about inclusion, and this is again related to authorities and what we can do, we also need to remember, the divides between large corporations and MSMEs, micro and small medium enterprises. Because often, I mean, and it's super important, don't misquote me, talking about women, people with disability, and other underrepresented is extremely, extremely important. But we shouldn't forget that, again, I mean, a lot of the inclusion in the tech ecosystem, when we talk about AI, is also about, what companies can actually adopt these tools to become more productive. And so we shouldn't forget about policies to support micro and small medium enterprises, which also means, adapting a competition policy in a way that is basically fit for purpose for the digital age, because we know that there are winner-take-all dynamics because of the data sets and so on and so forth. I mean, I'm going to put it here because we can go forever, and I'm sure our moderator will be happy about it. But I think it's very, very important to remember, again, also about differences from class when we talk about inclusion.
Yes, and thank you for your input. I just want to make sure we are hearing about one terminology which is called the data-centric approach, and we are hearing about the AI-centric approach. And now I think there are a shift to change this terminology to be a human-centric approach, because the human, it has to be in the core. When they build the technology, where the main focus is to build the technology that serve a human, okay? Not only focus on efficiency or like revenue, or we are talking about productivity. This is the output at the end. But the thing is, do really we serve the human or not? I will tell you a story. Like one video was like, I posted maybe like 2 months ago. It was like a company that issue a computer vision solution, where it's in a cafe, where part of, maybe if you are familiar with this video, it was like, it's very popular. So they are actually including 2 algorithms. Half of the video, because it's just coffee and they are workers, they are doing like cup of coffee, and the other one, the people at the cafe. So one algorithm, they are trying to see how many cup the worker is made. Okay, whenever he finish 1 cup, there will be a count in the video. And on the other side, there will be like people who sitting at the cafe. So whenever they sit, they will count how much time they spend at the cafe. So they want to do a different type of analytics. And when I was hearing and getting a lot of comments regarding, is this like this is serve humanity or not? So are they dealing with us as a robot? Like we are trying to count how many coffee, and they will give us the salary based on how many cup we finish or we made or not. So this is kind of ethical consideration, ethical discussion. It has to be made. So we are not robot, we are a human. So this is technology, it has to serve us, it has support us, it has to be like, it's not like we need to monitor everyone, we need to, this is people, like at the end they are human. They are not like, they are not like the machine, they are working like 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So we are human, we need rest, we need but it's very important to measure, monitor productivity, but in the right way. So this is very important, to make sure that once we build any technology, we need to make sure the human is at the center.
Excellent, thank you. I think we had a question. Yeah.
Mark Williams from Line Advisors. It's been a very rich discussion. There's a lot of emphasis on the ethics side of this, but if you're an emerging market and you were going to say, well, what's going to be the biggest impact, both economically and politically, of this technology over the next 5 years or 10 years, I think the one would be the impact on jobs. And the discussion about the Philippines was interesting. I mean, that's pretty sanguine, I would say, because it is a productivity enhancing technology, but it's not necessarily enhancing the productivity of the Philippines, because essentially that middle layer of middle skilled functions, AI replaces all of that. So what you're doing is enhancing the probability of the customers, who are the companies in the richer countries. So it's potentially extremely disruptive to the labor market. So if you're a government in emerging markets, that's probably going to be your number one priority, is how to deal with that, how to anticipate it and how to deal with it. Second one would be the cross-border nature of this, and we've touched a lot of what's happening in this, which is having an effect in emerging market, is being decided in California or in China. So how do you deal with that? I mean, that has a huge political implications. And the third one I would say would be the sort of internal social disruptive effects that we've seen in social media, but AI is going to be that but much worse. I mean, it's much cleverer, it's much more sophisticated, the impacts are going to be potentially much more disruptive. So how do you deal with those things? Those would seem to me to be the sort of three, very high level, three biggest political and economic impacts of the technology. And I'm not hearing an awful lot when we talk about policy response. I'm not hearing an awful lot which addresses any of those things. I mean, I think the upskilling point speaks to the economic effect, but I'm not sure it's really appreciated the magnitude of the effect. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Those sort of big effects and how countries should be responding to them.
Okay. So one part, maybe I will start here and maybe I'll continue with you. So the upskilling and reskilling. So one time, I just start with story. 2 years ago, I was in the national TV in Saudi Arabia. I was talking about AI in general, the productivity or the advantage of the AI, the benefit, and what is AI and how can AI like benefit those company, government, whatever in digital transformation. So once I finished that session, I went up. There was one guy. He stopped me at that time. He's first time for him to hear about AI, and he was listening and. He was listening about this AI technology, and it will also replace some jobs in the near future. And he said, I will ask you one question, but please be honest with me. So, is really the AI will take my job in the near future or not? Just say yes or no. Okay. So because he heard something new, and he was surprised about the power. Is can able to, especially for those repetitive jobs, they are doing maybe sometimes better performance than human. So I said, to be honest, unfortunately, yes. If you do not change, okay. So it's a big sign for you. You need to start from now, because some people they stop learning. They have good job. They are stable. They are living their life easily, but without any upskill or skill themselves. So this is the key message here. So I was telling him there are some future skill you need to invest your time in. You need to invest your effort in, and this is type of investment. It has a return. So we are discussing about the ROI, the return of investment. Whenever you invest your time in building this new knowledge, a new skill. So at the near future, you will get a better job. You will get a promotion at your job. You may start your own company. So you will have a better chance than now. So this is the most important thing. People now start, they are hearing about the ChatGPT, generative AI. They start to have some fear about the power of this AI, and because those companies, they are focusing about revenue efficiency. So once the technology is better than human and it will be less cost, they will invest in. So they don't. So they are their main focus on. So this is why the government tried to put a lot of efforts in put awareness about ethics for those companies, and also at the same time, a human is always better than the machine. This is in general, because those machines, they are made by human. Okay, the idea is to mimic the human in some part, in some task. We still, the human is way better than, about those, as compared with those machines.
If I can continue, I mean, I think at the essence, somebody probably mentioned it earlier, the problem is that, again, I mean, there will be new jobs being created and jobs disappearing. The problem is that the people may not be the same, because, the people losing the job may not be the one finding, the new job being created, because the skill sets can be completely different. I think some organization indeed try to do a kind of, rather than skill-based, more task-based classification of tasks that were at risk, because perhaps tasks are even more relevant than, the type of skills or profession. Just let's make a very easy example. I mean, if you're a cook or a chef, I mean, it's more unlikely that the Michelin-starred chef is going to be replaced, but perhaps, a kind of cook that is just preparing hamburgers or something particularly easy to prepare, you're more at risk. So again, I mean, The problem is that the people will not be the same, and therefore, I mean, depending on the entity of the problem, I think nobody can fully grasp today, I mean, exactly what's going to happen, because it's such a complex transformation, and then, I mean, it depends also how the political leadership will react. There could be, pockets in the population that will not particularly enthusiastic or unhappy, which is, again, it's not new. I mean, if we look at history, whenever there was, let's say, a big technological change, there were always people that were very concerned, making a lot of noise. One solution is certainly skills, but I mean, it's challenging. I think that, we should not either pretend that it will be so easy, simply because, again, I mean, some people may not want to be reskilled, may not want to change job, or, may not have the tools to go back to school, or, to lifelong learning, and so on and so forth. I think for the new generation, and this is also what I tried to mention before when I said that the Ministry of Education should really be part of the conversation, because it's going to play a critical role in any strategy for the digital transformation. I mean, for the new generation, this idea of, okay, I mean, you never stop learning, you will have to go through cycles of lifelong learning, that's the way it is. Probably it'd be easier, but I mean, it's a challenge, and I think it's a reality that perhaps, I mean, some of the people that are working today, or I mean, older workers, may not be so eager, with the idea to go back to schools and study. So, I mean, I don't think it's going to be just easy.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the points that you made. To the point about the jobs, just one more word on that. The meme, of course, that's going around is AI is not going to take your job. The person who knows how to use AI is going to take your job. So I think that's the point you're making. I think one of the things that would be interesting to discuss is how AI can benefit inside, for example, the Philippines, the country as well, because you make a good point that a lot of these AI benefits are going to sort of accrue actually to the outside customers, and some of that is true. But for example, in the Philippines, if you look across major sectors like the agricultural sector, right, huge inefficiencies in agriculture. If you look at healthcare delivery, we have major challenges in healthcare delivery. If you look at energy production, we have major challenges in energy production. So it turns out that AI can actually be a very valuable tool to improving agriculture, to improving healthcare, to improving energy management, for example, those sorts of things. The challenge we're going to have, though, is not only the skills for people who know how to solve those sorts of problems applying AI tools, but actually affordable access to the technology itself, because some of the availability tends to come to places like the Philippines last. Now, granted, it was only a few months, but for example, when ChatGPT came out, it wasn't available initially to folks in the Philippines, or when GPT-4 version came out, it was like, and so many of these tools are coming out, it's like, okay, it's available in the US, maybe available in the UK, it's not yet available to us. And then the pricing may seem in the Western world to be affordable, but it's not. Those price points are actually pretty high for the users that we have. So I think one of the things is that that by investing in infrastructure and investing in skills and upskilling, we also need to say, how do we apply those capabilities now to improving others internally? And another one would be manufacturing. There could be dramatic manufacturing productivity improvements. And there's a lot of products manufactured in the Philippines, not for export, manufactured for local consumption, right? So to the extent that each of those sectors can also become more productive, then the country can actually benefit significantly from AI enhancement.
Does that answer your question? Great. I think we have time for one more question, Luca.
Yeah.
Anyone?
I think I have a comment here, general reflection on I don't know if I'm loud enough, or do I need a microphone? So I guess I'm more comfortable without it. So my name is Bola Ibrahim, and I'm a policy advisor at Coventry University, and I'm based in Dubai. As an educationalist, I'm very concerned how lightly you take this whole notion of skilling, upskilling, reskilling. What do you think? A Tesco's cashier, for example, if we put this person through a 4-month program, what do you think we will get after 4 months? A doctor? Of course not. So here is the issue. Reskilling, that's what we face in what we call it continuous education or continuing education. Sorry, whereby you get a cohort of 25 experienced customer services people, for example, because those will be replaced by AI very shortly. And then you teach them marketing for 3 months, right? And after that, they don't really have the confidence to become marketeers. Worse yet, employers do not have the confidence in them. As an employer, I'd rather hire someone who's a marketeer by training, who's got a 4-year degree in marketing. So it's not really that straightforward. It's not just about investing in skilling or scaling. There is a price for immersive tech, that's what I mean. And the price is that those people will lose their jobs. And it's not a 3-month program or a 2-year program that's going to solve the problem. Like you said, for example, maybe they don't want this. I'm a cashier at Tesco and I'm happy with that, for example. And it's not my problem that the world has decided to turn into tech. I'm not against tech. I'm not against tech, immersive tech in general and AI and all that. But I find myself a little upset about this notion, is that you think, oh, humans, we don't need your specialization. Go for this 4-month program because we're going to give you another one. And what do you think I feel when you tell me that your cashier job or customer service job is not going to be there tomorrow, so you're going to have to train for something else. Also, the kind of psychological side of it is bad as well. You see what I mean? Thank you.
Does anyone want to address that? Or?
Yeah, this is tough question. So I think you are right in terms of like there are some jobs it will be dropped very soon. Maybe not at all, because it was involving in different projects like callbot. So this was it's related to the customer service. But at the end of the day, when we were like chatbot, callbot, voice assistant, so it will help like 40% of the customer service, 30%. This is for the frequently asked question. But the other question, we need human. It's our life. It's, there are a lot of changes, if we can see from when we born until we die. So we are in a world that is a change. The environmental is change. The technology is a change. Ourselves, we are changing according to the thing that we are facing and that we are challenging. So this is the thing that we should put on ourselves. We should have this kind of curiosity to learn. We need to have or build ourselves in self-learning. We want to make sure that we need to adjust, we need to be more agile to change with our world. So we need to educate ourselves to make sure that we are fit with all the requirement that is changing. So the company, they are changing their strategy from time to time. They are changing their technology from time to time. They are trying to upskill, reskill their employees. So like the mindset that I will not learn anymore, satisfied with I'm doing, it has some price. It has some risk. So maybe some jobs you didn't need to even upskill and reskill, but you will still at the same like level. But if you want to go to the upper level, this is there will be a price you have to invest in, and this is what we are trying to emphasize and in this workshop. So. The technology, especially the technology is changing frequently. And the generative AI, people, they start to hear it last year. And now all over they are talking about generative AI. So the deep learning starting in 2010, before there was no deep learning. So now we are starting next year, we don't know what's going to happen. So some of the technology, it's called a disruptive technology. It meaning that whenever it goes to a sector, and it's doing like, it's gonna disrupt the whole sector. It's a game changer. So this is like, as a human, as people, we see this is a technology. We need to harness ourselves to get the potential of those AI and also immersive and other emerging technology.
Great. I'm sorry, I don't think we have
Mel,
time. For
Mel, can I ask one quick question?
very quick,
But
Peter.
very
No
short,
statements.
very short answers.
Okay.
Because I like Colin's answer to the last question. I think Mark asks good questions. We asked you to solve the world. I'm watching Mark ask curmudgeonly questions about, and I worry we look in the rearview mirror. I like the last answer, Colin. From Philippines, from Indonesia, from the kingdom's perspective, if you had to apply AI to one thing, if you had the king's ear or the presidency, if we were forced, what would it be? What would be the one thing we would apply AI to at the local level?
Wow, it's hard to pick one. I mean, I think
I know my answer.
Go ahead,
I
you
can
go
go
first.
first.
I need to
But
I
I need to
stumped
add
me.
a disclaimer first. Obviously, I mean, and that's in an ideal Indonesian world where there is no problem related to absorption capacity and so on and so forth, but I would go for health tech sector because Indonesia is a very big archipelago. I mean, the rural area, I mean, the eastern part of the country is small islands, very much disconnected, and I think that can have really, I mean, a transformative impact on the lives of people in villages, in remote locations.
For me, I will also select the healthcare sector because I was involved in a project that's called the RPM, Remote Patient Monitoring, where the goal is to monitor the patient from their home. They're using telemedicine, and the impact that I saw. Okay, because like especially the cardiac, the one they have problem in their heart, so they are spending a lot of time at the hospital. So maybe sometimes it's more than 1 month. Just they want to check their temperature, their pressure, their weight, okay, their oxygen level. So once the technology comes to them, they want to have a chance to go to their home, meet their kids. And also they can use those IoT devices connected to a platform where the doctor, nurse, and they can monitor their numbers in real time. So this is kind of a situation where everyone win. So the patient win. Also the hospital, they can also import. They can serve more patient, and it will increase at the end of the day is the productivity. So, and also we are using the AI technology to do the prediction, to see how the numbers is, maybe this patient from this readings we are expecting or we are predicting the number will get higher and higher. So we need to send him a notification to come again to the hospital. It's very important to help him. So this is healthcare, and for me, healthcare and then education, because this is the two sector where all the important. So education, the personalized learning, the customized learning, it's huge. We don't wait the students to fail to the course. So this is the power of the technology, is to predict his performance. After 1 month from the historic data, I can know this guy, he will fail, or he will get E degree. So he has to now shift. He has to do better to make sure, and we have to give him the recommendation which part of the course he has not succeeding. So this part of the technology will help the people to do better job in education and also healthcare.
Colin.
Yeah, well, very quickly, let's make it unanimous then. I probably pause because this is the area that I'm involved in. I'm involved in 2 AI and tech ventures, Navix Health, and we're building decision support system, AI driven for mental health, for diagnosis and documentation. And then also the one I mentioned earlier that was FDA approved, which is LifeTrack Medical Systems. That's around radiology decision support. So especially in rural areas of the Philippines where there's not access to a radiologist on a regular basis, it might take you, a couple of weeks to get a simple report on an X-ray. Using technology and decision support systems and remote systems there's already a dramatic impact on bringing access to healthcare. So I think that probably
Okay.
is the right answer.
Well, that's a great way to conclude. We have our AI and healthcare webinar on the 27th of October. So a quick plug for Access Partnership. You can find it online. Thank you to my panelists. Thank you for sharing your insights and your case studies and your ideas. I think we've all had a very interesting and illuminating discussion. It's a pleasure having you here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Melissa, and can I get the panelists and everybody to stay on stage while we take a couple more photographs for all of our posterities? I took 3 things away while we get the photographs in order. Could we take a couple of photographs for the team? I took 3 things away. I think that number 1, humility, knowing and acknowledging that we don't have all the solutions now. I think we need to overcome and acknowledge all of our biases. We need to adjust quickly. We need help to do so. That's the first point that I have. We need to be really humble as we continue to discuss this. Secondly, the complexity of the issue is a big challenge, I think, to us. There is a book that I read once. It's called Do Hard Things, Why We Get Resilience Wrong and the Surprising Science of Real Toughness. I think that we need to now start to unpack and ask the right questions. And the third thing that I took away, perhaps because to a man with a spanner, to a girl with a spanner, everything just, to a girl with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Measuring, monitoring, and modification. I think agile policies are really important. We need to know, we need to see what we're measuring, see if we're doing right, and move along. All right, we're going to take a quick break right now because, as you can tell, we need to do some tweaks to our audio system a little bit. We're going to take a 30-minute break, and we'll come back at 45 minutes past the hour. Thank you very much, and please remember, introduce yourself to at least 5 people. Thank you very much.
2, 1, 2. Yeah, further away. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Check. I'll try the other one. Number 4, 4, 4, 4. 1, 2, check. 1, 2, 2, 2, check. 1, 2, check. 1, 2. Number 4. Number 4. 1, 2, check. Check. 1, 2. Signal's good. Yeah.
Welcome to the second session. So we're turning this time from AI to start to look at connectivity, another important topic, and clearly something that you have to have before you can even have AI to do most activities, since if you can't communicate, you can't actually engage with any kind of intelligence. So this session is Mind the Connectivity Gap, and we're looking in particular at developing countries and looking at the role that a wide range of different technologies, 5G, Wi-Fi, satellite, and other forms of connectivity can have in making sure that those who are unconnected can be connected, and those who have poor connections can get better connections. Of course, this is not a new topic. We've had unconnected people, sadly, for many decades. And over the years, much has improved. We've seen gradual rollout of better and more extensive cellular networks in many countries. We've seen improving fixed networks. But of course, there's still an awful lot to do. We've seen a lot of great initiatives, some of which have been successful. There's been, for example, quite a lot of the community Wi-Fi and similar kind of activities that have really helped. And we've seen a lot of activities that have either failed or been partially successful. Things like Google's Loon Balloon project, which got off the ground but only briefly, and things like Microsoft's use of TV whitespace, something I was actually quite involved in, which has delivered some benefits, but I think nothing like what was hoped at the time. So there's still a lot to do, and it's a moving target, of course, because what was thought of as sufficiently connected 10 years ago is now insufficient as everyone's expectation of data rates and of usage and applications grows all the time. So we need to move fast to hit that particular target. So what we're going to be talking about today is what should that target be? Who should be paying to hit that target where it's not economic for the commercial sector to provide it? What kind of technology should we be using to deliver that? And more generally, kind of how can we make this fair? How can we ensure that good outcomes for countries, for humanity, really transpire? So I'm going to introduce each of our four panelists, give them each a chance to just make a minute or two of opening remarks, and then we'll dive into some questions. And just like the previous panel, I'll ask questions for a while and then turn it over to you. So please do think of questions, write them down, and we'll come to those later on in the session. So let's start on the far side with H. Samanwana. H is the managing partner at Synerva, a London-based consultancy specialising in technology, media and telecommunications regulatory matters across emerging markets, and in training digital economy regulators and operators. He's held key positions at Ofcom, where we work together, at Arqiva, at Quadrica, and is a respected author with two notable books on telecoms and technology for emerging economies. H, do you want to make a few opening remarks?
First, I'm very honored to be invited here, so thank you to Access Partnership and Greg and William and Peter. So thank you so much for being here. I think the connectivity problem, particularly for the emerging markets, at any time, Synerva is always working with no less than 10 to 15 emerging market countries, low income, low middle income countries at any time. And the connectivity problem, I think, is still quite endemic. So if we take sub-Saharan Africa, for example, where I originally come from, I come from Cameroon, you still got the 17% coverage gap problem there, and you still got a more than 60% affordability gap problem in Africa. So it's a really big problem, both this demand side, on the supply side, as well as on the demand side. And we really need to look for all the different connectivity solutions to try and bridge those the demand and supply gaps in Africa, for example. I'm also working in Papua New Guinea, much worse, right? Much worse. Papua New Guinea is probably only about 20-30% connected right now. It's quite low. Thank you.
Thank you, H. On H's left is Mark Williams. Mark is the founder of Throughline Advisors. He's an economist with 24 years of experience in competition, regulation and strategy, with a particular focus on the media and telecom sector. His consulting work has included mobile sector liberalisation, spectrum policy, competition investigations, price controls, merger controls and litigation. He's worked around the world advising companies, regulators and governments. He previously spent 8 years working at the World Bank, where he was responsible for the organisation's policy and strategy for mobile. And he and I colluded on a report on 5G during that time. In addition to his advisory work, he teaches university courses at UCL, University of Johannesburg, and University of Chicago, amongst others. Mark.
Thanks, William. Yeah, just a very few brief remarks. I'm now at the stage of my career when I can look back over, a quarter of a century of this, and going back to, well, when I first started my first job was in Uganda, and I was living in Uganda in the mid-1990s when MTN launched, and that was, for those of you who remember, was sort of revolutionary because it was the first time that a mobile operator had really launched in a big way outside of South Africa, the first time in sub-Saharan Africa. And it was a wild success. So now, 25 years later, we've been through sort of 3 technology cycles, and there was a lot of hype around 5G and how it was going to transform emerging markets. And when William and I were working on this, looking at it, our sort of basic conclusion, very simply, was we have seen this before, and it will bring a lot of benefits to the emerging markets. And the recipe for how to maximize those benefits, is pretty similar to what it was for 4G, 3G, and even before that, 2G. But it's not necessarily politically simple to achieve those benefits. Actually, there's a lot of trade-offs within governments, and that's why you see a fairly sort of imperfect or patchy development of ICT across emerging markets. But if we can look back at those lessons and apply them going forward, and not just to mobile, but also to fiber, Wi-Fi, other types of technology, there is a lot of prospect for success. And as H says, it will definitely deliver benefits to those countries.
Thank you, Mark. Next up is Pamela Guidi. Pamela is a trailblazer in Chile's telecoms and technology sector. As the former Undersecretary of Telecommunications, she led a successful 5G spectrum auction and championed responsible tech integration of cybersecurity. She's a respected public speaker and board member and has earned prestigious awards for her leadership as a prominent female figure in Chile. Her insightful columns reinforce her influence in tech and business community. Pamela.
Thank you, Access Partnership, for an invitation. I'm delighted about speaking on this topic because I believe, for me, it was a gift to be able to be a vice minister and really touch the lives of people. I really understand that connectivity is about human rights. It's the biggest source, or one of the biggest sources of social mobility, as much as education and entrepreneurship. And when we talk about the previous panel, problems of ethics of AI, of cybersecurity, and so on, we believe that sometimes we forget that that's the problems of the luckiest, right? There's the people that don't have those problems because they don't have access at all. And I'm working on that and trying to help Latin America, and especially rural areas, but also the vulnerable groups of people, the poor, the elderly, and definitely the women. So lucky to be here and pursue the importance and work all together, because I think, as Mark was saying, the recipes are the same on the previous technology, and it's about collaboration. 4.0 economy is about collaboration more than ever, and this forum is about collaboration as well.
Thank you, Pamela. And last but not least is Diego Milano Vega, the former Minister of Information Technologies and Communications of Colombia, where he created the Plan Vive Digital, probably not pronounced correctly, a national technology strategy that transformed Colombia and led the country to obtaining the GSMA's Government Leadership Award. His main driver is expanding technology to reduce poverty. For more than 30 years, he's worked designing and executing telecom technology policy in more than 20 countries, serving as a senior advisor to McKinsey, the Inter-America Development Bank, and the Wilson Center in Washington, D.C., amongst others. Diego, your thoughts?
Thank you so much for having me today. It is really a pleasure to be here to talk about this quite old topic, because I've been discussing about connectivity all my life since I left school. Actually, since my first experience in telecommunications in my little hometown in the mountains of Colombia, my grandmother used to be the telegraphist of the town. And my grandfather was the telegraphist of the town, the next town, and there was no road to connect them. My grandfather would walk every day to his job. And my first memories in telecom were helping my grandmother delivering telegrams in the town. And that really triggers me the passion for this, to expand technology, because I saw from that moment the impact of technology in people's lives. And the world, humanity is going to change in the next 20 years more than it has changed so far in the whole history. Are we ready for this? And unfortunately, what we are seeing today is that we are not ready, especially the developing countries. The gap is growing dramatically right now. And the first issue to close the gap is what Pamela said. This is about people. This is not about technology. It is about people. We need urgently 4 types of new talents. Of course, the first one, the coders. Okay, we need to promote coding. In just Latin America, we have right now 1.2 million jobs available for coders, and we don't have them. Of course, there is a huge demand there. But that's not only the issue. We need women, massively women in this sector. And this is not about a gender equality thing. Okay, this is not a gender equality. It is because we need their skills to be successful. The third type of talent we need is that every single professional, it was mentioned before in the previous panel, we need doctors, accountants, lawyers that understand this new world. And I've been a president of a university in different countries for more than 6 years. I know the education system, we have to change it. But if we assess today in Latin America, the people who are just graduating from the elite schools in Latin America, from medicine, from law, they have no clue about this new world. So even the elite is not being prepared for this change, And so we need everybody to be part of this. But the talent we lack the most is leadership. Leadership for both the private and the public sector. And it is urgent to create that talent, and starting with ourselves. We have to prepare ourselves for this transition. So thank you so much, and I look forward to a quite interesting debate here.
Great, thank you everyone. So let's start by going back to what sort of connectivity do we need. So if we look at the developed world, the gold standard connectivity is 5G everywhere and fiber to every home. That's the kind of thing that the European Commission argues for. It's not happening everywhere, but it's the kind of the ideal. Should that be the ideal as well for developing countries, given that it's more expensive to do that than, let's say, 4G and 4G home broadband access, which could perhaps be rolled out more quickly? What do we think? What's the right balance there? Is it to go straight for the best, or is it to actually look at something that's cheaper but can be rolled out faster and more widely? Anyone want to start on that? Maybe Mark.
Yeah. So the answer is definitely it depends. Okay. And the first and most key thing we have to remember is affordability. Right? If you look at the bottom half in terms of GDP per capita of the world's countries, the spend on telecoms is between $3-7 a month. Okay, so that's what people are able to spend on their telecoms. Now, at those kind of revenue levels, you are never going to be able to afford fiber to a home connection. You will be able to afford some 5G at some point, but operators that are supplying that demand, are balancing that willingness to ability to pay versus the cost of supply. So you inevitably end up with a mix of technologies which is meeting people's basic affordability and willingness to pay. So if you're in a low-income country, and especially if you're in a rural area of a low-income country, people will be delighted if they could get 4G at $5 a month. They would be delighted with that. It would be a big step up from where they are today. In the same countries, in the urban areas, central business districts, there will be people who can afford fiber, and then you get everything in between. And then as you go at the income levels, you'll see a similar pattern, but with the mix changing. And that is the way the market has, what the market has delivered over the last sort of 20 years, and it will continue to do so. And I think we shouldn't be afraid of that, right? That is where the supply is meeting a level of effective demand. If you want to go beyond that and start talking about fiber to people's homes, which is going to cost a lot more than their ability to pay, then somebody's going to have to be subsidizing that. And so where are those subsidies going to come from? And then you immediately start talking about trade-offs between that and other things of public expenditure.
Pamela, Diego, do you think the governments in the developing countries realize that, or do you think that they just rush towards 5G because it sounds good?
I think the policy approach has to change. And in the case of Latin America, with the exception of Chile, and I'm sure that Pamela can explain that because this is a good example what Chile is doing. We have to move from, you know Robin Hood?
Yes.
Yeah, so we have to, what it is happening today in Latin America is the Hood Robin effect, not the Robin Hood, it's the Hood Robin. So the whole policy is making poor to subsidize rich. And so we have to move from the Hood Robin to Robin Hood. And what is that? Mark explained clearly how the system works. You know, the market is concentrated in big cities where people can afford it. But then, if you see the numbers today are really, really, really concerning. In Europe, in the perfect connectivity world, you know, the capex per capita, the investment is about $120 per person.
Yeah.
Whereas in Latin America, the average is about 25, between 25 and 30. Chile is like about 85, so it is a good example. But the thing is that the amount of money being charged by the governments is huge. And that's where the poor people pay. Let me take the example of my own country. So you have a prepaid service because 80% of people have just prepaid because they cannot afford a postpaid plan. So they have to pay 19% tax for value-added tax, 4% additional tax, additional consuming tax that goes for cultural things. And on top of that, in average, they have to pay 15% for universal service fund taxes, and regulation contribution and municipality contributions. So we are talking about almost 40% that goes to the government. And if you see the free cash flow in average in Latin America is just 7-8% of the whole business. So the government is taking, 5-7 times the money that it is ready to be invested in the business.
And that doesn't count probably spectrum auctions and other aspects of
it counts the spectrum auctions there, so we have to change completely the approach. When I was a regulator in the 90s, and I had the responsibility to move the country from state-owned monopolies to competition, it was easy to attract investment. So it was actually, many people were interested, and now it is the opposite. With these high interest rates, it is very, very hard to attract investment. So governments have to change completely that policy. And we have to make sure that they have the right environment to invest. And today, it is the Hood Robin effect, and we have to move to the Robin Hood.
That's a very graphic way of looking at it. So Pamela, how has Chile managed to do better in terms of investment in telecoms?
Yes,
telecoms
it's a question about consistent policy, legal, a very strong legal system. Investment companies know that the rules of the games in advance. They're not going to be changed. Consistent policies between different governments, so it's more state policies. And in terms of auction, we don't have auctions itself. We have a beauty contest.
Yeah.
So that means that we really give the privilege, the focus is in the technical project. For example, when I did a tender for 5G in 4 bands, 3 of them they have to cover at least 90% of the population in time of 2 years.
Right.
So pretty fast development, and with SLA, quality service of service, and upload and download speed ceilings, and not ceilings, but a floor. So it's a very important, the focus was in the consumer's experience. It's about broad coverage, it's about scalability, it's about cost effectiveness. And not only the infrastructure, but also the energy sources. It's about quality of service, it's customization, because not all solutions fits all. There's very different realities within a whole country, and Chile is more about agnostic really with technology, because it depends, as you said. There's no one solution fits all, but it's to have redundancy, of course, it's consistency, and really that most of the people are connected. We have 99% of the population is connected with mobile. Fiber, it was different the case. That's why they conducted 10 public tenders with universal funds. So we, as a government, we fund big part of the capex of the big investments, and we are covering now like 95. It's in construction.
Yeah.
Because of long-term projects, but we're going to be covering 99% of the municipalities. And in just 2018, when I went to the government, they were only being covered 50 out of 346. So a big change in only 5 years.
Yeah, interesting. H, what are we going to do about Papua New Guinea and countries like that?
I'm going to say a few controversial things.
Good.
First, we've got two members. I know the minister very well. I came to Colombia once. And I think there are two excellent examples of what I'd like to see happen in other emerging markets, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa and in Southeast Asia. But let's just look at the cost of the revenue economics. In most of these markets that I go to, the ARPUs are between $1, $2 to $8. That's not going to pay for a fiber network anytime soon, right? So there's a clear, significant market failure with those sort of numbers, and governments would have to intervene if you want to build those sort of fiber networks in a big way, because the operators would only build those networks where they really need to build it. That's just the reality. In defense of the operators, I was on the advisory board of a well-known operator across the African continent, and it did not feel sometimes like a mobile business. It felt like a logistics business. You have to worry about kerosene. You have to worry about how many of your base stations are vandalized that weekend. You have to worry about when you go up in the morning. That's what you worry about on a day-to-day basis. So we really need to give some slack to these guys. They're running incredible logistic businesses, trying to get some of these things to work. Most of the base stations are not considered to be critical national infrastructure, which in my view they should be, which has government protection and stuff like that. So that's my defense for the mobile operators, and they're doing the best they can in some of these continents. But I'm harder on the regulators. I genuinely think the regulators are very lazy. It's very lazy regulation that I now see in in emerging markets. The World Bank model that these guys, people like Mark, gave us very clearly of, you know what your access market is, your current access market is, you know what your market efficiency frontier is, and you know what your sustainability frontier is. You go to most of the regulators, these guys have not really sat down at any time to say, my 2G access market is this, my market efficiency frontier for that, if I do put all the regulatory policies in place, can take that 2G from 80% to 90%, and it's only after 90% that they start intervening. Then they move very quickly to the ministers, and the ministers start pouring a lot of monies, which frankly are subsidies that should not really be efficient subsidies, because the regulators should really do their job. So I would like in emerging markets for regulators to be really tasked to do their jobs. I mean, you and I worked for Ofcom, right? We were under a lot of scrutiny every time through Parliament to say, why are you not doing X, why are you not doing Y? I just feel the regulators in most of these emerging market countries really need to be put on their toes.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, and maybe it's something we'll come back to. I've often felt that there might be a role for more multinational intervention in regulatory bodies that are not performing as well as they might, but that's a different topic. So staying kind of with the technology side of things, we've talked a lot about the economics, and I mean, it's sort of obvious in a way. If the economics were great, then we wouldn't be having this conversation, because the market would have rolled out the communications systems. Are the economics changing with new technologies? So we can see things like Starlink, obviously used in Ukraine to very good effect, but clearly could be used elsewhere. We are seeing more use now of balloons and drones, not balloons of the loon type, but perhaps tethered balloons that can be used in certain places. We're seeing just the start of the direct-to-handset market with what Apple have been doing with the iPhone 14 and 15, and of course there's many other satellite companies that are looking at that space and starting to think about that space. Are those game changers, or are they just steady incremental improvements on what we've had before? Who wants to take a start on that?
I'll take a start. some of them, the satellite industry has been promising much in emerging markets for all my career in the telecom sector. And it's never really materialized.
Yeah.
And frankly, if you go to sub-Saharan Africa, sometimes when you mention satellite, people get annoyed very quickly.
Yeah.
Right? There was a scenario I found once I went to South Sudan, and I was sitting in a hotel in South Sudan, and those guys were paying in the satellite link something like $3,000 per megabyte per month. Yeah. And that same bird was providing that same service in neighboring Kenya for about $150 to $200 per month.
Why the difference?
Because competition in Kenya with fiber, etc. That's the only price they could get in Kenya. In South Sudan, absolutely nothing. But in normal regulation in a country like this, price regulation would have stopped that problem, right? Nobody's price regulating these guys so in that particular context because they want to get their returns as quickly as possible. And that leaves a pretty bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. Because you know that same bird is providing a service in X at this price and providing the same service in Y at 6x. And that just doesn't work. But to answer your question specifically, I think it's really important that some of the new technologies we have seen to chagrin people like you and I with things like TV white spaces and HAPs, they really need to be as close as possible to the current viable ecosystem.
Yeah.
So in that regard, I'm more passionate to see for countries like Colombia, Cameroon, Nigeria, possible solutions like HIPs, high altitude base stations, because it's essentially going to use exactly the same handsets that you and I are using. We're not going to have a big fight between the IMT industry and some other set of manufacturers, because basically in that context, you're just having base stations in the sky rather than having base stations on the ground. And if we end up having base stations in the sky, and if that agenda item 1.4 really proves to be what it promised that is going to happen, that could be a potential game changer. But the other ones, I don't really think they're going to be game changers that quickly.
Yeah.
Because the ecosystem is just not there.
Any other thoughts on that?
You know, when you analyze where the gap is in the case of Latin America, of course, there is people in rural areas, and those kind of solutions are going to help them to be connected. But they, as Mark mentioned, this is about the supply and demand issue, and basically they cannot afford it. So it could help, you know, government solutions for education or health. It could help for some community centers or whatever, but really it's not going to be that a changer.
Yeah.
And then when you see the real gap today, people who don't have access, they already have the coverage. They are already covered with, you know, 4G services or, you know, not necessarily fiber, but 4G services. So there is, the issue here is that we have to think in a different way, you know, how to approach the problem, and we have to encourage the development of course, the supply side, but also the demand side. How you really encourage the demand side to help us, you know, close the connectivity gap. That's critical.
So is it a problem of affordability where they have coverage, they just can't afford to use it, or is it more than that?
There is a combination of things. Yeah. The first one is, of course, affordability, but the second one, the usage. I mean, if you see, for example, on latest polls, we see that, you know, rich people who are well connected, they, so we assess, you know, how people use internet, you know, and basically poor people who are connected, you know, 50% of them, they use internet, just for entertainment and basic communications. Whereas rich people and educated people, you know, people who went to higher education, just 14% of them use for entertainment.
Okay.
So most of the use is to be more productive, to be more educated.
Yeah.
So the thing is, how you really encourage people from low-income segments to use internet in a different way. It is, you know, giving them different incentives to use it. And the problem is that gap is growing, and it grew dramatically with the pandemic. you know. So people, rich people now have more access to knowledge and productivity tools, and they are becoming richer. And poor people are, perhaps they are using technology, but they are not using technology in the right way, and they are getting poorer for that reason.
Pamela, you wanted to say something on that?
It's about, digital gap is about infrastructure, it's about being able to pay it, but also it's about how do you use it, right? And so we need to work, and that's a public policy, academic, and companies work together to help literacy of the people, because once they don't know how to use it, and when they use it for basic stuff, which doesn't increase or change their level of quality of life. And they don't just as entertainment, they don't study, they don't use it as entrepreneurship. And once you teach them that this tool can help them even getting out of poverty, there's a game changer. Because then they will have a bigger drive in demand, because seriously, they have $5 or $6 or $10 like in Chile to pay for it, but as they don't see the value of it. They don't have any returns of investment on that money neither. Some choose not to be connected. But they spend that in drinks or something else, or tobacco, or food. Well, food.
Exactly.
So they spend something else, and then so it's a question of teaching them the advantages. And when you have more and more people paying for that infrastructure, there's incentive for companies to invest in better infrastructure. So I think we just need to make sure countries that all the population is covered with multiple technologies, and then at the same time, as we show them how the connectivity, start teaching them, because basically the education level is low in our developed markets. And the people with education knows how to take advantage, and with people without education doesn't know how to use the tools, but not even to think how they can take advantage of it.
And that makes good sense, but that sounds like a really tough challenge. How do you educate a population that probably isn't in education, or perhaps has weak linkage to educational establishments, to do things like that? Is there any good examples of that? Has it worked, or is it just a slow, steady process?
Yeah, we're working in different things. Like to start, when in our countries, there's a lot of even schools that don't have connectivity. For the first time, I was able to connect all schools in Chile. 2,500 schools in Chile have never had connectivity in their lives.
Wow.
Those children are not being grown with connectivity. If they don't have at school, most likely in the house they don't have it either. So they don't know how to use, and when they become 18-year-old kids, men or women, they go to the labor force, and they can't really compete with educated kids, and they know have their devices since they were born. But also, it's about when we connected schools, the teachers didn't know how to teach with connectivity. So there's a lot of programs, and also to help teachers upscale and rescale their teaching abilities, and be prepared for kids that they can learn in 1 month. They can already know 10 times more than they do. But also it's about teaching elderly people how to use and be connected, how to use technology. So and the Minister of Education, someone else in the previous panel, the Minister of Education had a big say in this. And that's important that the Minister of Education really understand technology and understand economy from pro, because if not, they're concerned about progressing education the way it used to be, and the world, as you said, change forever, and everything changed. So there have to be direct policy from education, from social development, from academic, everywhere, and people need to understand that without technology, as you're a lawyer, doctor, architect, you need that as a basic now.
Absolutely. Mark, do you think the World Bank and others understand that kind of dynamic?
I think they understand it in principle.
Okay.
I think it's very difficult to do anything in practice. I just want to go back to the earlier point. We started off on technology and talking about satellites. Actually, I think a thing that's had a much bigger effect on access to connectivity is fiber in developing countries. And I'm not talking about the FTTH, the access networks, but it's everything from the submarine cables through to long-haul terrestrial and then backhaul. And that really has revolutionized the economics of broadband, mobile broadband, because it's just reduced the cost. And H's example of South Sudan versus Kenya is a perfect illustration of something that happens all over, certainly all over Africa. And what happens is as the fiber networks penetrate into the interior, then satellite prices collapse, which is exactly the way you want the market to work. But I think, so some of those problems have been solved, especially for the coastal countries where submarine cables have landed. But there's still a huge gap on the interior, and both landlocked countries, but then also within countries. Governments make it, don't make it very easy for fiber operators to lay fiber and operate fiber networks. They do make all sorts of decisions, policy and tax and other kinds of regulation decisions, which makes life difficult for them. And so I think if you were going to try and do one thing as a government to try and improve connectivity outside the immediate confines of the mobile market, you would look at that and fix that. It would make a big impact.
So you're absolutely right, but we still have a big problem in sub-Saharan Africa, in Southeast Asia, where all the big guys main one. These guys are still single-digit percentage usage of those pipes, right? So there are terabytes of capacity coming into those countries, but the usage is minuscule because there's no built national backbones actually to distribute and use that fiber across the country. And that just requires public policy to drive that, but that requires monies. And it's quite tricky for governments. I don't know how the two ministers here managed it in their countries, but it's something that we really need, those fiber backbones.
We need to have regulatory reforms with a view that I think permitting process and cost of it are there. Every municipality until have different requirements, different knowledge. So you need to have something that really is more standard. But also, even in the tender or policy, any policy has to really, everything you do as a regulator has to be with a mindset that needs free market to work as its best. That will lower prices. That will increase competition. That will have the diminished market entries. As many players you have, the consumers will receive the benefits of it. And you also, as a regulator, need to really try to be flexible, because sometimes law, to get into the Congress to change a law will take years, but you have the sandboxes, regulator sandboxes to allow in certain different business models, different technology like TV white space that you mentioned, to try to be trial, and we use that in Chile to see what is really the benefit, what is the cost, how much interference they will have. So you really have to be flexible, cognitively flexible enough to be trying different things, and also to be data-driven regulator. So make decisions on basis and be able to say, listen, we measured this, we did, we're gonna change it because it didn't work, or will work better if we do this other change. So have to be really flexible, and that, as you said, requires a lot of work.
You have to.
So you have to be really attentive of what the needs are, how things are changing, and be proactive, and really be proactive about it.
And it's always such a difficult balance between intervening in a market and at the same time maintaining competition in that market, because almost inevitably whenever you intervene, you impact the competitive dynamics of the market. And I think that's something even developed countries are seeing. Here in the UK, we've got intervention in the rural network that's being built at the moment, where government is paying for half of it and so on, and that changes dynamics. I mean, to come back to the fibre point, which I think is an important one, should governments just go ahead and build fibre backbones to all major towns and cities, or should that be something competitive? What's the right
I think it's just crazy that I still go to so many African countries, or even to Papua New Guinea, and you're building a road, and you're not just putting in fibre.
Exactly.
I really, the amount of time I have arguments with ministers, and the only excuses I get is that somehow the Ministry of Transport cannot speak to the Ministry of Communications. That's basically what it comes down to. It is just crazy. I don't know why the president just doesn't sit over that. They spend all their time in Geneva and in New York talking about sustainable development goals and then come back home and can't coordinate two departments. Just crazy. And we really need to call a spade in some of these countries that you go to, because we just can't continue like that. One of the things that I've just learned from the two ministers here, which I think is really helping in Latin America, I go to some Latin American countries, is that they do look at both the access failure problem as well as the demand side failure problem as well as the supply side failure problem. The one which is the biggest will always constrain the problem, right? So if you go to a country in Africa, I don't want to name and shame it, where they've got 93% broadband, 3G broadband coverage, so in terms of population, theoretically, they've got 93% people who can have access to the internet, right? But they only have 43%. So there's a 50% access problem, affordability problem. I can excuse them for some of that because some of that is just illiteracy. So you can take the 20% that is illiteracy. So they really should be able to connect 73% of the people. But that country has got some of the biggest taxes on the continent, at something like 48% total taxes that they take from the sector. And they are surprised why people are not able to use services. So they really need to look at both the access side problems and the supply side problems, and then look for a collaborative way to work with that, like what she did in in Chile, where she went to schools and then started addressing some of those problems with schools. By you doing that, you were addressing some of the demand side challenges. And in many markets I see across the low developing countries, they just don't think about it in that structured way.
What's your view, Mark? I remember when we were looking at 5G, the availability of fibre was one of the key determinants of whether it's the right approach or not.
I mean, your question was, should governments do this? And it's a real tricky one, because if you look at it on paper, you think, well, it doesn't make sense in a marginal market or marginal areas of the country for multiple operators trying to build their own fibre. I mean, that looks crazy. But then when you look at examples of where governments have built their own fibres, the political economy, takes over, and you end up with a worse outcome. And there's plenty of examples in Africa where governments have built their own backbone networks and then blocked other operators from investing because they need to recover their investments. So the political, H's description of the Ministry of Communications and Ministry of Transport, it sounds ridiculous that this, but that is the reality in most countries.
I could believe it in the UK, frankly.
Right, exactly. And as Pamela says, it takes a long time to get legislation through. It also takes a long time, possibly forever, to get the two ministers to cooperate with each other. You just have to accept that as a reality, and you've got to come up with workarounds. So having the private sector building fibre networks may look suboptimal from a efficiency point of view, but actually it usually gets better results quicker. And if you can get the operators to cooperate with each other in joint ventures, that's a great outcome if you can make that happen. And there are examples of where that's worked.
We have a good example in Colombia. A few years ago, we deployed the backbone, the fiber backbone, and now we are connecting 100% of municipalities. You have to understand that Colombia, the size of Colombia is, France, Spain, and Portugal combined. So it is and it was a successful project because we deployed fiber very, very fast to connect municipalities, small municipalities. It was an auction, CapEx auction, and we were lucky that two companies really got excited in the auction. But then the problem is the last mile. How you get to the town with the fiber, and what to do in the last mile? No big operator wants to go to a small town because it is not profitable at all. So what we did was opening the network. So in the auction, one of the rules was that network has to be open, and there was a mandatory offer, and basically we encourage local people, local engineers or technicians, to provide services with microwave radios, unlicensed radios. Today we have almost 4,000 of those operators covering small towns and rural areas. It is a very, very successful case. That's good. But now the challenge we have is we are ready to launch 5G, but we don't have the capillarity of fiber we need.
Yeah.
And that's the challenge, how to do it.
Yeah.
And in a government that thinks that the money should go to state-owned operators rather than private operators. So they want to give it to state-owned operators. So it is a challenge on how to do it. And basically, how you make sure that they do the job and they don't come back later saying, oh, this business, is not profitable enough. I'm not covering even OPEX. Because it is happening already of a few projects that we've done and said, if I don't get a monthly subsidy, I'm not able to do it. So one of the key elements is how you make those projects sustainable in the long run. That's one of the elements that we have to look at.
And do you think things like the microwave links is actually a problem in the long term, in that you've provided some kind of connectivity, so it's hard then to justify developing replacing that with a fiber if you've already got something? Is that a...
Yeah, but that's for rural areas and for small municipalities. And I think those operators, entrepreneurs, those entrepreneurs, they're fine.
Do you want some water?
Sorry. The problem is in main cities.
Yeah. Oh, you have some. Top you up.
The problems are in main cities, in low income areas in main cities. We've run a lot of programs giving subsidies that cover OPEX, but once the subsidies are gone, operators say, I have to stop the service.
Yeah.
And that's a huge issue. And that's a huge social issue, because once people have the service and they are cut off, that's a social problem.
So just going back to something Pamela mentioned a while back, so one solution, particularly to areas that are very poorly connected, is to bring connectivity into a central point, like a school or whatever, and then have Wi-Fi there that's obviously available to those in the school, but available potentially to anyone else who wants to come there. And we've seen many of those kind of things, either sponsored by governments or in some cases by charities or sort of companies that are focused on that kind of area. Is that a good solution, or is that actually just sort of half fulfilling a need that then never gets fully fulfilled after it? What's your thoughts, Pamela, on that?
I think perfection is the enemy of the good.
Yeah.
So you have to go, you don't start running a marathon from zero. So you go step in the right way, each step will lead you into the next step. So that's a solution, fixed wireless, satellite to telephones, I mean, everything, because again, when you build the mass and the people start using it and learning how to use it, will increase, it will become a virtuous circle.
Yeah.
So one step at a time in the right direction. Hopefully there are many steps at a time. So, but yes, totally, nothing is about the solution. Everything needs to be assessed.
Yeah.
But in the long-term planning, it's not that you're like, okay, you have one level of connectivity, 50 mega download, and you're happy forever. No.
Yeah.
You have to have scalability and long-term planning to increase that connectivity level.
Yeah. So it's just the starting point of building on things. Yeah.
I think Diego's example of the small Wi-Fi operators, I think, is a great example of how you can extend reach out into low-income communities. Because they're profit-making enterprises, so they only exist if they can make a profit. But because you've basically the core upstream infrastructure is already there, and the cost of Wi-Fi is extremely low, you can actually make profit at a micro enterprise level there. And those, I think, are much more sustainable and also expandable. I mean, unlimited amounts of scalability. I'm a little skeptical about the public Wi-Fi model. I think it works, in sophisticated countries like Chile and Colombia, but if you go down the income scale, down the sort of technocratic capabilities, those end up just not being sustainable. So I think a model where you try and make it as easy as possible for the private sector to supply at the lowest possible price points is one that's going to get you a solution that works in the long run.
But what happens if the market failure is so entrenched
Well, you and I can have a discussion about, about a definition of market failure, but people not being able to afford something is not a market failure. That just means they can't afford it. A market failure is when you get, when the market is structured in a way which it's not meeting demand which they would otherwise meet. So there are examples of where you get, one operator dominating a market and pushing prices up, or you get some markets where you've got two, a cozy duopoly, prices are sky high. That's a market failure. But if you've got a very effectively competitive market, the government's not excessively taxing the industry, and still there are segments of the population that can't afford it, I wouldn't describe that as a market failure. I would
What about the
describe that as a
example from
development
Minister
challenge.
Diego, where he's done a very good job. He's now auctioned all the different areas. These guys have now run out of OPEX, and they're basically creating social problems for him by not providing services. That's the clear market.
Yeah, I mean, that's the risk of public subsidies into the sector, right? It creates complications which may be unforeseen.
Right.
And that's done in Colombia, and that's one of the best models. This is
very
a
good
model
model.
that's been, presented to many countries. So I would say, in a sense, that's a great example to have out there, but it's all not really representative of what most governments are capable of delivering.
So we've got about 15 minutes left. I'm keen to broaden it to others. Luca, do we have any questions from outside? We have one here. Excellent. Just the microphone is coming your way. Let us know who you are and where you're from. That's always helpful.
Thank
you.
I
think it
Works.
Fantastic.
Thank you. My name is Tola Onayemi. I'm Digital Trade Advisor with the AFCFTA via Trademark Africa, and previously Assistant Chief Negotiator for Nigeria, and excited to be here. I'm Nigerian by background. A number of questions, and I think a number of them are around the question of costs. So I think the first question for me is, and this comes up a lot on the work I do on the continent. We talk about 5G and Wi-Fi, and it's great. Today, when you think of mobile, and the impact on emerging economies, today when you think about mobile money payment, right, Sub-Saharan Africa contributes about 80% now to mobile money payments on the continent. And that's because of things like M-Pesa, where you can use USSD codes to make payments.
Yep.
But interestingly, in e-commerce, it's ridiculously low, less than 5%. And the fundamental reason is one thing, phones. People use low-quality phones on the continent. So it's great to talk about Wi-Fi and 5G, but the big question for telcos is who's going to use them? How many people have the quality of phones to actually make use of those things on the continent? And so the big question is, you talk about Wi-Fi and 5G and what it can do for connectivity, but the first thing is, even for commercial activities, people don't have the mobile devices to be able to take use of like the 2Gs and 3Gs that already exist on the continent today. So the big question is, what should we be doing to jumpstart from that point where we have internet connectivity and there are no quality of phones that people can use to actually start to make productive activities like you talked about on the continent, and they're only using for like mobile money payments today? The second side to that question is some of the things you mentioned, which is for countries today and telcos, right, one of the big questions for them is the question of costs, right? How much investment do I have to do to be able to build our 5G on the continent? The question is, if I can't get a critical mass, and you talk about that, of people using these things on the continent, what's the incentive for me to invest that much money today in trying to do that? One of the things I did when I was at the Nigerian presidency was try to crash the cost of right of way, right, between countries. But even when you crash that, the big argument still most of them ask is, what's the market size and market demand that necessitates making those kind of investments? Especially when in cases where they actually even need it for economic activities, they can't do because of the quality of phones that they have. Just my first question.
Interesting thought. So, Diego.
I have also a good example in Colombia about the terminals. When I was a minister, terminals were quite taxed. It's very expensive. So I went to negotiate with the Minister of Finance. Who is the head? I mean, who is the head? I mean, period. And that's the issue. We have to train, we have to educate ministers of finance to understand the power of technology in the productivity of the country. And I did that. So I went to him and I told him, look, we have to eliminate all kind of taxes for terminals. He said, no, that's a lot of money. Intel helped me with a study showing the impact. And we tracked that impact for 4 years. It was positive. To the to the taxman, it was very, very positive, eliminating the taxes. So the goal was to have the cheapest terminals in the whole continent, and we did it. And it was a boom in terms of terminals. But that's not enough. That's not enough because, and then of course, governments have to spend money, for example, giving terminals to students in public schools, and that's a must. That's a critical issue in terms of trying to reduce the cost of terminals. And today in Latin America, in general terms, that problem is solved. The penetration of smartphones is more than 90%. It is solved. But then that's when the demand side is really, really important, to make sure that people have access to applications that transform their lives. In the case of your mobile payments, it is huge, the transformation of the region thanks to the fintech world. It is fantastic because the opportunity was there, and companies and entrepreneurs are investing a lot and making people use it for different services. And in terms of e-commerce, we don't have any. It is growing dramatically. Last year, e-commerce in the region grew more than 20%. So it is working, not as fast as I wanted, but it is working.
H, what have you seen in Africa?
I'll just, you ask a very important question, but our continent is complicated, right? So to get e-commerce working in Africa is, I say on the continent all the time, and I've chaired a whole big group of about 20 ministers in Tanzania to try and pull together an e-commerce culture in Tanzania. To me, to get e-commerce to work, you need 3 important platforms. The first platform is the connectivity platform. At least let people be connected to one another. The second is the identity platform. You go to Africa, all of us have got about 6 different identities, and we don't have a unique identity. I don't want to go onto a platform where you've got one identity and then another platform you got another identity, and I buy something from you and it gets delivered to me and I don't like it and I can't trace who you are, okay? So we need to solve the identity problem. And then the last is what you're referring to, which is the payments platform. So we need to get all of those 3 platforms working. And in practically most countries in Africa, we're nowhere near addressing the identity issue. Again, it sits in different departments. Identity issue sits in the Home Affairs Department. The payments platform sits in the Central Bank. Connectivity sits in the Ministry of ICT. Never the twain shall meet. Okay? So you would hear a big constant theme of coordination across ministries and departments across the African continent until we get our ministers to start seriously thinking about doing that coordination. We're just going to be spinning our wheels. We really are.
Can I add something? I agree with everything that H said. I mean, and this problem that you've identified is hugely, but I think there's a solution which is a partnership between the government doing what they're supposed to do, fixing the problems that H has just described, and then the private sector coming in and supplying credits. I mean, if we think about it, all of us, living in higher income countries, none of us buy our smartphones for cash. Everyone buys it on credit through the mobile phone plans. So, the same solution should be applied in developing countries. You need a consumer credit ecosystem which can supply those phones. And that doesn't exist in most low-income countries. There are examples, like Kenya is pioneering this. There are companies setting up, consumer credit companies setting up. But they need the public infrastructure that H has just described in order to make that work. And the Ministry of Finance has a role here in making sure the regulations around consumer credit and consumer financing are appropriate to that kind of microcredit. All of those are sort of doable. None of those feel like insurmountable problems, right? And it's a win for everyone. The government wins, the customer wins, the private sector wins. So I think,
yes.
Yeah.
But then another issue that I forgot to mention is that your example about e-commerce is again opening widening the gap. Why? Because e-commerce is being taken advantage of big companies and foreign companies. So you see the consumers of Colombia buying a lot of stuff imported or produced by big companies, but SMEs are losing sales because they are not into e-commerce, because they don't have the knowledge, again, they are not trained to do that, and they don't have the logistics to do that, and it is growing the gap that was mentioned in the previous panel between the big companies and the SMEs.
Any other questions from anyone here? Okay, one over there. The microphone's just coming up behind you.
Great. Good afternoon. Onika Makwakwa with the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, formerly known as the Alliance for Affordable Internet. So my question is with regards to those who are unconnected right now. And we know, for example, in Africa that a majority of them are in rural areas. In fact, the rural-urban divide is becoming even wider. So some of the comments here about the divides that are emerging amongst those who are connected already. But let's go back to rural areas. So in Africa, we have certain areas where mobile operators have actually said it is commercially not viable for them to provide services there. And there's been the innovation that has come with community-owned networks that are looking at using different technology, but also looking at a different financial model, which is what we need now for those that are said to be in areas that are commercially not viable. However, there has been a lot of resistance towards enabling community networks, at least in Africa there is. And I think my question is this now time for regulators in particular to step in and create a policy and a regulatory environment that, you know, will look at a different financial model to enable community networks or other similar innovations? Because if we accept that we are digitizing as a society, we are now looking at excluding more than half of the population in the continent from a digitized economy. We already have an economy that many would describe as quite violent towards the poor. And I think my greatest fear is that if we don't do something to actually enable communities that are in these areas to be able to be connected regardless of their ability to pay, you know, because this affordability issue is actually a big challenge around why people are not online. And this is not just affordability of the connectivity itself, even though community networks are addressing that. When you look at the terminals in Africa, we are spending about 40 to 60% of average household GDP in GDI in order to buy a terminal. Yeah. That's how much it costs for me to purchase a small household appliance that services the entire household for just one device for one person. And so I think I'm just saying this to say, is it time for us to now think about it from a very different financial model? You know, that maybe it is not profit, maybe we look at it as a utility and just gets our regulators. I really love the comment you made, Aish, about regulators being just lazy because I feel that regulation has really failed us so far in terms of what needs to happen. I mean, 5G, really great. I mean, there's so much that you can do with it. But I'm not sure if 5G is going to resolve the issue of the unconnected. And so how do we really address this gap? Looking at all the different technologies, but also being open to the fact that it may just take a different financial model that's not just about the market.
Thoughts on that? Should we have something quite different for on connected rural areas?
I think, but first of all, I need to acknowledge the work that FOAI and GDIP, you guys have done some fantastic work, and thank you for. I read all your reports voraciously to get an understanding of. Look, you're asking a $64,000 question there. I've worked in markets on the continent where we have tried to create that regulatory environment. But we saw a second dynamic that we did not anticipate, which is our brothers and sisters who are entrepreneurs would rather not do it in the villages. They would rather do it in the cities. And no matter how much we try and encourage them to go to the villages, it's always sexier to do it in the villages. Then we also found another dynamic, which is don't underestimate, I like the word that you use, the word utilities. don't underestimate the fact that communications is an important utility right now, but so is water, okay? And so is electricity, and so is fuel. And so you go to my grandmother's village, if you're giving her a chance, you give her $10, she'd rather spend it to get clean water first, because they have not provided fantastic water facilities there than to provide that communication. So that communication is now a distant second, and we have that. So this problem has been worrying me for many years. So I came up with an idea some years back where I called it civilization in a box, which is, what if I have one infrastructure which gives me connectivity, which gives me water, and which provides electricity and can provide other services? Because the whole idea that we can have different networks in these areas where there's clear market failure for all these network industries, and we're going to have individual networks for electricity, which is going to pay for itself, for gas, which is going to pay for itself, for water, which is going to pay for itself, is for the birds. So I want people at the World Bank to start thinking about how you have an infrastructure. And so we tested this. So we worked with some guys who got a big container, right? You know the containers that we ship to Africa. We put a lot of batteries in there and inverters. We took it to Mauritania. We worked with a British company. And we took it to Mauritania, and we connected about 20 homes onto that battery set, because Mauritania is highly irradiated, fantastic in Mauritania. Then we got this dream idea because the batteries were all charged by 4 p.m. The batteries were all charged. So we brought water aid from London, and water aid came there, and we dug a borehole, and then we now produce a second service. So we pumped water now into tanks. So using that infrastructure, now we could provide electricity and we could provide water. Then we now started providing mobile services, and it was paid for by the chief in that village. And we need those sort of creative models to say, look, we want the same civilization that we see in the cities, in those places, but we're not going to have separate infrastructures to pay for them. The economics does not work. So can we find ways of merging the infrastructure? So just Google civilization in a box and Google my name. And if you can convince the World Bank, and take the idea and run with it. I don't want it. I just want us to think more creatively as to how we solve these significant entrenched market failure problems in various markets that we work in.
Thank you, H. Anyone else want to chip in on that one?
I think there are several things which when you actually look at what governments are actually doing, they say they want connectivity in rural areas, but they're actually making quite decisions that do the opposite. So Diego mentioned tax. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, that's true.
All of the prices that the customers are paying, 40% of that is tax in many countries. So that would be one thing immediately you could address. The other thing is around, which is something that everyone's very familiar with, is spectrum auctions with coverage obligations in them right now. Actually, the coverage obligations in many countries, spectrum licenses, are actually quite modest. And the reason, that's not by accident. That's because the governments know that the bigger the coverage obligation, the lower the revenue they're going to get from the auctions. And once the license has been auctioned, it's very difficult to do anything about it. You know, then you get all these subsidy systems that work retrospectively. The most simple and most effective cross-subsidy mechanism is coverage obligations within licenses. So, you know, there are cases where governments have put quite extensive coverage obligations. I mean, South Africa in the recent 5G spectrum auctions had pretty aggressive coverage obligations. That's very effective. But so you could do those things. Neither of those two things are simple, because that's all money into the treasury versus customers. They're not politically simple, but they're pretty straightforward. So governments, I think, if they're really serious about getting connectivity into rural areas, there's some things definitely they could do about it.
And I think that pretty much brings us to the end of our session, actually.
Thank you very much.
So, I mean, it's been fascinating. Actually, before I started, I assumed that we'd be talking more about the pure technologies of delivering connectivity. But actually, I think what's come out is that's a small piece of the puzzle, and there's a much, much bigger piece around education, around and around applications that then drives the demand to use things, and around all sorts of issues that then filter into identity and payments and other things. All of those have to kind of be in place to allow for the demand to materialize, which results in the overall payment system. And that's really difficult to do, because that involves coordinated government, which, as we've heard, is pretty challenging for everyone. So a big thank you to everyone on the panel. And I'll hand back to Marianne. You want to stay here for a photo?
Thank you, William and Pat. Yeah, we're going to take a photograph, and I'm going to ask Louise to get into position. And shall we all stand up and just have a... to take this, and you two take a photo.
Muy buen orador, muy entretenido.
Smile. Smile. Everybody keeps very, very quiet and in a really awkward silence. All right. While we are taking, okay, thank you very much. Please do carefully make your way off the stage.
I love your example.
Let me do the difficult thing of trying to focus our attention on what we just discussed. I think what I took away was three things from the panel. Number one, I think that the connectivity issue is a very multifaceted problem. Number two, I don't think that we're doing too well. I think that there is definitely a gap, and this is a hard problem. And the existing solutions don't seem to be quite resolving it. I just came off a plane from New York. I was at the SDG summit over the weekend, and one of the more interesting questions that came about was, what exactly is meaningful connectivity to people? Because right now a lot of the assumptions, and I didn't hear this brought up, right now a lot of the assumptions is that when you talk about connectivity, it means a broadband connection switched on 24/7 all the time. I just came back from Mongolia a couple of months ago. One of the questions was like, how about on one of the hills we put perhaps a telecenter and we broadcast proper connectivity but for 2 hours every week? Yeah, you have a whole bunch of nomads around there for 2 hours, but that's one of the questions. Another question is that how about just very low bandwidth connectivity 24/7 or maybe 12 hours. Those are some of the solutions which are coming up. We're going to go for a lunch break right now for an hour and then come back for panel 3. I want to tell you guys that panel 3 is so super exciting, so controversial, so dangerous that we are actually not going to be broadcasting it. So for those of you who are actually here, we're all going to be super duper special. We have got Ms. Onika who is here. Ms. Onika is where am I? Right. Oh, that's right. She's there. She's the executive director from the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. We're going to talk about content moderation. Nada is not here. I think not yet here. And we've also got Mr. Saad Mustafa, who is also from Google, who will be joining us on the stage. So we're talking really controversial, super censored, not online, only here. We're going to take an hour for lunch. So please enjoy each other, and please remember your KPI. Again, meet 5 people that you haven't met before. Thank you very much. I'll see you in an hour.
Let's bring everyone in now to take a seat, unless you want to go and yell at them to come back. How come I don't get an introduction?
Nobody got an introduction.
That's, yeah, I want.
Introducing here.
Mic drop.
Ladies and gentlemen, my boss, Dr. Peter Lamont, the head of the Fair Tech Policy Department in the Fair Tech Policy Pillar in Access Partnership. Peter, over to you. Please give him a round of applause, please.
Things you have to do here, unbelievable. So, welcome back. Digital trade. Luca came and gave me cards, which I thought was fantastic, and then I realized I wrote these. Age of fragmentation. I think of this as singularly the most important topic of the day and of the moment. And we're a little lucky here. You'll see I've reversed the panel around. In difference and deference to everything that's come before this, we've got a much broader range of perspectives, experiences, and expertise coming to the stage because of just how broad digital trade is. I know we started with AI. I know it's of the moment. I think we're all asking these questions of how important this really is, how different this is, what the impact's going to be. But we've been trying to get this digital trade piece right, this digital economy / digital trade equation right for some time. And if we don't get this right, as governments rush to regulate all of this stuff right now, we really risk undermining the basis and the fundamentals from which we can grow our economy. And at the time of the need for recovery and resilience, we know that digital is the enabling piece. We know that digital is the thing that's going to drive much of the pushback and the return to economic growth. For the last decade, trade in goods has been going down. Trade in services has largely flattened. All of the growth we've been experiencing pre-pandemic was driven mostly by data and digital trade. And yet, we don't have rules for this stuff. And we have an amazing potpourri of different regulations across our markets, our regions, our economies that threaten to not only constrain, but in many cases break a lot of the digital trade opportunities and our digital economy growth. So it's fundamental to get this right. There are 3 or 4 questions that the contestants today we're going to take you through and attempt to address in a very short period of time. One is the issues and excitement around these digital trade agreements that we see coming out right now. And we have one contestant who is literally helping form some of these. One of those areas is what the opportunities to be landed from digital trade and digital economy growth. What our economies stand to benefit from if we get those digital trade pieces right. And we have 2 contestants who specialise in much of this, one from the private sector, one from the public sector. And then there's the issues around how do we manage to drive inclusion and opportunity across those economies. And of course, the 4th area is where we started the day, AI, artificial intelligence, and the flavour of the moment, generative artificial intelligence, which is still a small subset of all that artificial intelligence offers to drive forward for us, and whether that actually changes these equations too much, keeping in mind how important the trade in digital or the trade in data stands to be. Does AI really fundamentally change the rules of that game? And so let me start by giving a very quick introduction. I'm going to walk down the panel from backwards to front, starting with Smaranda Davudi. Smaranda is the head of the International Development Strategy Department of Business and Trade UK. I'm going to ask each of the contestants, as my colleague William did this morning, to give a brief introduction to their thoughts around some of this topic because they come from such diverse backgrounds. And then we'll start going into a little bit of a discussion around some of these areas. So Smaranda, you get to kick us off, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. Hi, everyone. My name is Smaranda Davudi. I work in the Department for Business and Trade as the team leader for International Development Strategy. So what that means is, how do we ensure that trade and investment objectives are reflected in the way that we, as the UK, undertake development assistance? Now, I'm very pleased to be on this panel. I will preface it by saying, in my work, I look at developing countries, so we look at aid recipient countries. So what I will say will be in that remit specifically, although of course there is the discussion between emerging markets, what are they, developing countries, and so on. I will refer to developing countries mostly in what I say. A few words about my angle. Obviously, many of you here know a lot more about digital trade policy than me, but there's a few fundamental principles that we as the UK want to see across everything that we do on digital policy. We want to be a digital policy leader in digital trade with a network of international agreements, and we can talk about that. But there's 5 key principles that we want to see across everything that we do, be it bilateral, regional, or multilateral work. So I'll recite these. You might recognize them from the G7 trade principles, digital trade principles, which we agreed under our auspices 2 years ago. Open digital markets, that's one of our key objectives. So we're looking at market access, but also non-tariff barriers that relate to digital trade. Data free flow with trust, so we're looking at open cross-border data flows, avoiding unjustified localization, and so on. Safeguards for workers and consumers, another key principle of what we do, roaming, spam, things like that. Digital trading systems, so removing red tape, ensuring that administrative processes are sped up, customs, everything that has to do with that. And finally, and most importantly, and this is I think what I'll focus on most, is a fair and inclusive governance system for digital trade. So shaping regulations, standards, and interoperability. Now, specifically for emerging markets / developing countries, we think fair, inclusive trade is a key engine of transformation. And when we think of digital trade, we see some amazing opportunities, both in terms of economic and inclusion of populations, and they actually go hand in hand. It's a really interesting discussion earlier on, and Pamela made that point very strongly. But also we see some significant challenges that start in the physical realm of infrastructure. But then we go into regulations, and then we go into hurdles in terms of disparities in access, and then security issues and so on. So my final point being our offer in terms of how we support developing countries access the digital supply chain and become really strong actors in it, is a whole system approach to tackling all these issues. I think maybe the most important element is making sure that developing countries are part of the rule-making process. That is at the core of what we do, and I can speak more about it through technical assistance, how we use our development budget in terms of capacity building. But also we're looking at infrastructure investment, financing tools, and very importantly from a business and trade perspective, the role of the private sector, which I think cannot be underestimated in achieving our objectives.
Thank you very much. I want to come back, as you know, to that, the way the UK is looking at that relationship between trade and aid and capacity building in this area. But humour me, if you will, for one moment. That focus you identified there of issues around data localisation. What do you see as the constraints that data localisation brings to digital economy development, digital trade, opportunities, and then as we move into data-centric, data-driven economies?
Yeah, so we think we want to avoid unjustified data localization. We think it's a big impediment. You're already laughing. We think it's a big impediment to free data flows. So it is part of what we do, both in terms of free trade agreements, and you may have heard of the ones we have, the digital agreement with Singapore. We have, we think, very strong digital chapters with Australia, New Zealand, Japan. But then also in terms of how we support developing countries in negotiating their own position multilaterally, and that is particularly at the WTO, and there we're looking especially at the JSI, but also other important tools like the moratorium on customs duties.
So one of the reasons I was thrilled when Samantha brought Miranda onto the panel
was that the digital trade chapters with, for example, Australia and Singapore that she talks about, we helped construct the Singapore-Australia Digital Economy Agreement with the new parts of that, the MOUs, that were put into the appendix of that agreement because the private sector participation was seen as so fundamental to driving the success of these new digital trade agreements that I was thrilled that we had someone who was going to be able to come in and refer to some of that. And Tola in a minute will talk to you more about the way these agreements are getting engineered. But Smiranda called out the importance of the private sector relationship and partnerships there. So with that, I'm going to again subvert the rules and move straight across to the female part of the panel again. Danielle Gillian Moore, who is the Director of Global Public Policy and Salesforce, brings to the panel the private sector contribution. So, Danielle?
Yes, I'm the regulatory one. Yeah, my name is Danielle Gilliam-Moore. I am the Director of Global Public Policy at Salesforce. And so my job is to ensure that Salesforce has a set of clear and consistent policy positions on a range of topics, including artificial intelligence these days, but it's not limited to just to that. It's privacy, cybersecurity, it's a bit of everything. So my role, which I arrived at after being a lobbyist, and then I used to be a congressional staffer, I've been really pleased to work cross-functionally, government affairs, but also work with our ethics team, our engineering team, to really advocate to governments how they should be looking at the issues that are that underpin a really thriving digital economy that we all find ourselves in these days. So to give you a bit more about Salesforce, although apparently I don't have to say very much about Salesforce because apparently everyone knows Salesforce. We are a customer relationship management software company. We were founded in 1999. And data is a lot of what we do these days. We have about 150,000 customers, and we are processing about 100 billion records. And we are also making about 200 billion AI predictions, I think, each year. So with that said, again, data is really important to what we do, and I think that our company is really an indicator, but also helps underpin a lot of the digital economy. Because of the breadth of customers that we have, we're not limited to just one industry. So what we are really doing is trying to help companies really evolve post-pandemic to help upskill their labor force, to drive efficiencies with their interaction with their customers. So again, digital trade is incredibly important to our company because we really view that as the way in which we're able to do business.
So Luca told me I wasn't allowed to open this up till the hour mark or something, the 45-minute mark, and I'm not really good at obeying rules, as he knows. I'd prefer this was interactive. Just to set the scene, given where Danielle comes from, anyone doesn't know Salesforce? Anyone wants Salesforce explained to them? She's got a great little pitch for, I got it in the corridor.
I do. Trust is our #1 value. So we are here to make sure that you trust us with your most closely held data. We're a great company.
Pass the advertisement. Okay. With that, let me move to Tola. Adetola Oniyami is the Digital Trade Advisor for the AFCFTA Digital Trade Protocol and is also the CEO of Norbase. Tola.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tola. I get to go after all the cool things that have been said, so that's good. Background, I previously used to be Assistant Chief Negotiator for Nigeria. That meant that I worked on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I'll take a lead from him. Who knows what the AFCFTA is? Okay, yeah, all right, great. So the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is an agreement that tries to make Africa a single market for trade and services. So it basically is 54 African countries negotiating together to kind of come up with one single agreement on trade. So I led that negotiations for that. Now I'm leading negotiations and supporting the AFCFTA Secretariat on the digital trade protocol that has been designed. That's supposed to help ensure that as a continent, again, we have one single protocol for digital trade. And I love what someone asked me during the lunch break, and his question to me was, why would you want to have that? 54 different countries, it's like plot chaotic. right? Right? It's like one person, and I'm looking at him right now, it's like one person is more developed than the other. Why would you want to have similar rules, right? And I think this segues into something that I work on a lot. So I run a tech company also, which is supposed to help you set up a business in every African country from one portal. Now, where all this gets interesting is this. So think of it this way. Think that you're a business person, right? Right? And you want to do business on the African continent. You want to do business in Kenya. And the reason I laughed when she said data localization is I have a running bet that I just won, by the way, with someone who's watching, that when you have a digital trade panel, it takes nothing more than 20 minutes for data localization to come up. And she did it, so thanks. You helped me win my bet.
Peter did it first.
But the point is, imagine you're trying to do business in Kenya, right? You're a smart business person. You want to do business in Kenya. You built this fantastic portal that helps farmers do things in Kenya, right? Or helps small businesses send things across the continent. Fantastic business. And you're told you need to figure out the data localization of the farmers. You need to figure out payments across the continent. You need to figure out, and now you're trying to build a Pan-African business. You're trying to ensure that the 1.2 billion Africans that have a $3 trillion economy, which by the way is just 3% of global GDP, can do more within trade. There are all these orders you start to face on a day-to-day basis just because you want to do business. The big question is this: if I was a global business person, I have to pick between the US, which is now a $26 trillion economy, 25% of global GDP, China, which is 19 trillion, which is what, another 20% of global GDP, and all of Africa, which is 3% of global GDP. Now, that 1.2 billion Africans are split between 54 different countries. So the question I ask myself is, so you now got to take it to what's the size of each of those markets? Nigeria is the biggest market on the continent, right? 500 billion, right? You've got South Africa, also under 500 billion. Egypt, Kenya. So the question is, why would I have to deal with all this mismatch of rules to do trade across 54 countries? Why can't I just go to the US and have 25 trillion?
Have you tried working in Alabama? Different rules.
I agree with you. So, and that's really what the digital trade protocol is trying to surmount. It's basically trying to say, can we rethink what the digital economy can look like? Can we agree on common standards? Yes, you might be a country that's made progress with data localization or progress with data protection or progress with consumer rules, but are there things we can at least agree on first? And then try to figure out how we can make there be a single digital economy for the continent. And why does that matter? It matters because in the absence of rules, Pan-African rules, regional rules, the only people who thrive in doing business are big businesses. Case point, right? And that's important. The reason is a big business has the funding to show up in a capital and go meet a minister or an head of government and say, this is the rules that matter to me. If you're a small trader in Burundi, you don't have that kind of access. But you also still want to sell your farm produce. You want to sell it across the continent. What things like the digital trade protocol allow you to do is create standards that are important and centralized so that I can actually access the markets that look impossible and out of reach for me. And that's why the digital trade protocol matters. And I say that I think that it's probably the most important single piece of instrument that the African continent can negotiate to deliver real prosperity in real time for the continent. And that's what I want to spend the time talking about today.
So there's two really important points among a host of others that Tola raises with that last thing. Yes, it's the big guys who can come into a city or a country and immediately get to work. But the big guys like Salesforce, like Google, bring their partner ecosystems, and the only reason they survive and thrive is those partner ecosystems. The SMEs, and the SMEs need to be able to do, as Tola says, and work globally, regionally certainly, work in multiple countries and get past these barriers to participation and market access. The question I have right now still is, which of these have we got right? Which of these have we cemented in place? Which of these are we benefiting from? And which are going to change with artificial intelligence and these new digital developments that are coming through? So you have on the stage, and please don't feel like you need to wait until I call Q&A and open it up to you. This is the friendly end. There's drinks after this, right? Except for the live streaming people. who have to do the pandemic thing and toast. Ask, we are relaxing into the drinks hour. Because what you have here is you have a negotiator, you have a developer, and you have a user at the private sector end of the scale. They are all working on making these rules work. Why have we got data localization so wrong? I'm going to hammer home on this one, because as we go into artificial intelligence world and a data-centric world, it seems to me our industry got this appallingly wrong. We went out there saying cross-border data flows, good. Data free flow with trust, good. Data localization, bad. And we went very arrogantly at ministers and regulators. We said they were lazy, as came out this morning. We said they didn't know their job and these were dumb regulations and the economy would fall in. And it didn't do that. They learned they could put data localization and data sovereignty in place and the economy didn't collapse. And so now we've got all of these regulations cross-cutting coming back. We have to get smarter on this. So how do we start getting that piece right? You're negotiating this.
So I'll jump in straight, and it puts me on the spot. But I'll say this, and I think I like the context that you set, which is that one of the mistakes we made was lead with an agenda, which was say, data localization is bad, this is good, right? And what kind of happened was, we put governments in a very complex place, particularly developing governments, right? Because what we did for years was tell them, the future is tech. The future is digital trade. You could make a lot of prosperity from this. You could lift your countries out of wealth. But the server is going to be in London. And that matters because, this big tech company is based there and it's easier for us to do it in Germany and it's more reliable light. And they're saying, if you say that's going to create a lot of jobs, why is it not here? And then the way we should have approached it was to engage and explain context. But what we did was say, no, you're wrong. You don't understand this enough. And they're like, hey, I actually schooled in the UK, so you're not going to tell me that, right? And then all that happened. And then they put the things in place. We had this mismatch where almost every country has a data localization rule. Government, private sector have had to navigate around that, even if it means putting one server that nobody uses in the country and claiming that that's the server and all those kind of interesting things. What are we trying to do differently? One is actually allow more engagement between private sector and the government. And I think, no shade to the people who put this together, but I think one of the biggest problems was the role of lobbyists, right? Because what happens is lobbyists are told, you need to sell this story. And the way they do it is engage the governments and try to convince them. What is an easier approach is just put the government and the private sector in the same room and let them talk and step out. And I'll tell you an example of it, right? We had this event in Togo, Lome, right? Where we got the American Chamber of Commerce and the people doing the digital trade protocol to be in the room. And of course, everyone comes gun blazing. Oh, we're going to do data localization. We want all the servers in our countries. It's important, da. And then Google starts to say, we don't disagree. We spend X amount of money in your continent on this and this and this. We have this number of servers in the country. Microsoft says the same thing. This person says the same thing. And suddenly what comes past is, they actually spend a lot of money on the continent. Now the minister is surprised. You're spending that much on the continent? And they're like, yes, we've got a server here, we've got a server here, we've got a server here. Now everyone is not being defensive, everyone is actually having a conversation. And they're saying, the reason why we can't put this many servers in different countries is because what you actually start to experience is, I can't move data between all of you, or I have to keep the same data 7 times or 12 times, and it just doesn't make sense. What if we went about it this way? And suddenly it moved from a push-pull to actually a conversation. And what's interesting was this. We leave the meeting and we have the same the next negotiation, like I think a few weeks after. And the same member states that have been for the longest times pushing and saying, we want data localization laws, start to say, actually, we want to have a mechanism for data sharing across the continent. What? Why? We put the private sector and the government in the same room. And that's just more of what needs to happen. More actual engagement without the fences, without the pretense, without the agendas, just people actually having conversations. And one thing I find very easy in negotiations is having people put their interests out first. I'm a business person, I want to not have to spend money on 54 servers. And you say, I want business. So let's talk. All the interests are out. Let's have a conversation. How do you ensure that business stays in your country? And how do I ensure that I don't have to do 54 servers? And there's an answer to navigate for that way to get to those kind of answers. But the answer starts with everyone putting their cards on the table and having honest conversations in rooms and engaging. And that's kind of what we're trying to have. We're trying to have a lot more of those kind of events happen. We're trying to ensure that the business people that can talk to the government are there. And the reason is important. In the end, governments have a sovereign right to regulate and a sovereign right to make legislations. And if you don't spend time engaging the government, and not in we're trying to convince you, but laying the cards on the table and saying this is why what matters, what happens is they come defensive, everyone is playing an agenda, and then we don't get anything done. And no shade, right? There's several digital trade protocols that have just not been implemented. Because what will happen is you can lobby it and get the agreement passed, but no one is going to be able to implement it because in the end, states will not adopt it. And so we got to think about a long-term approach. So for instance, one of the things we've been able to say to member states these days is, what's the reason why you wouldn't do it? And an example is things like document authentication, right? One of the things in the digital trade protocol for the African continent is you cannot discriminate against a document only on the basis that it's an electronic document. Now, the one thing governments start to ask is, I like paper because I can authenticate where it comes from. I can see a stamp. I can see a signature. How do I do that, right? And then someone says, oh, do I have to trust a document like DocuSign? Or do I trust this? How do I know? They're outside the continent. Would they give me access to protocols? What's interesting is, can I get them in the same room and have conversations? What do you need to be able to authenticate properly?
Can you see why he likes negotiating and being the negotiator? I'm struggling with why he has a problem with lobbyists. Smaranda, it's going to move to the private sector, which I want to get back to. But Tola raises a good point about this not being about tech. It's about how it benefits our economy and the use cases that come through, which is where the talk needs to be far more about. Talk to us about the capacity building and the technical assistance that really form the heart of where we're now moving with a lot of these trade agreement follow-throughs. Because it's really about helping the SMEs and getting them to participate in the broader economic opportunity.
Yeah, that's right. And actually, I really like what you said about involving business in not just how we implement trade agreements, but how we negotiate trade agreements. So I think a really important thing, and one that we as a quite new department that negotiated trade agreements for the first time set up right after we left the EU, had to learn was a protocol of how to engage private sector throughout the negotiation cycle and not just at the end when you implement something and you find out it's not what business wanted. So I fully agree with you, and I think the insights we got from business under all kinds of frameworks. We had open discussions, we had discussions under confidentiality arrangements with both large companies and SMEs, business representative organizations, but also trade unions, civil society. We're accompanying negotiations at all times. And I think this is the key element of making sure that we tailor our positions according to the end users. And the way I like to, I don't know if this is the right terminology, but I like to think of the end users as the customers of what we do. So the trade agreement needs to work, but then also, importantly, it needs to be quite agile and iterative afterwards. So one of the things that I find really interesting about our new trade agreements is the Australia one, for instance, has an innovation chapter. And what it looks at is what are the systems and the structures that we set in place to make sure that an FTA training arrangement remains up to date and can keep up with emerging technologies, can keep up with new developments. And that's really important that you, rather than one single binding line, you keep yourself in check regularly with your partners. So I fully agree with the role of business. In terms of your question with, capacity building. So as I said, one of our main objectives in terms of how we support developing countries to become strong actors in digital trade is by ensuring that they're part of the rulemaking process. And our technical assistance that we provide through aid money spreads across a range of different activities. It's before we even get to the point of negotiating within the WTO, for instance, it is WTO accession. So we would support governments on that, but then also build capacity on negotiations, build capacity on best practice of how to engage business, for instance, and then build capacity on how to represent your interest strongly in these negotiations. So you don't have to rely on a global north perspective on the G7 principles, which we of course think are good and we want to see, as I said, in everything that we do, but we also think it's equally important that our negotiating positions take developing countries into account and that they then have a strong voice themselves and the ability to engage most effectively with these negotiations. So our capacity building accompanies this process of engaging in negotiations rather than replacing something.
So we had to put a roadshow on when the UK-Australia agreement was coming into play, not least because the question comes up, we've done this for SMEs primarily, and we've done this for our trade opportunity. What we're getting back from SMEs is, this is a friggin' FTA. What benefit is this to me? How do I benefit from this thing? To the points that are getting raised, the authentication of documents, the recognition of identity, the payments facilitation piece, the trade facilitation that makes so much of what they're otherwise going to have to register for, follow through on, prosecute, gets taken away. And from the questions this morning about the productivity benefits that AI stands to bring, you're basically going in there and running a workshop on how an SME can have a one-stop shop that says, now I can focus on my business in another country like I'm doing here and apply the same sort of rules for it. And you're trying to get that taken on board. You and I argued last night about how we pull this through and how we recognize the importance of digital trade. But the private sector appreciation and pulling this through into our partner networks is fundamentally important. What is it we need to be recognizing here so that the SMEs are seeing why the benefits are and how we make sure that, to Tola's point that I'm going to keep coming back to, how governments start aligning on the rules and regulations they're putting in place from these agreements?
Yeah, I think there's a really complicated way of answering that, but I'm going to try to go, I think, more simple.
I was relatively drunk last night, so do the simple version.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to really do the simple version here. You know, I think when we talk to our SMEs, when we talk to the Salesforce ecosystem, data is so much of what we talk about. And so when we're talking about FTAs, back when I was in DC and talking about USMCA, a lot of what we were concerned about was cross-border data flows, because in order for us to create this platform for SMEs to build their businesses off of, they need to be able to have confidence that data is being protected and respected and processed in line with the values in the markets that they're looking to be active in. And that's not just the US or EU. It's now an ever expanding list of countries, because, you know, I know you said at the top that trade and services has kind of plateaued, but at the same time, I do think people are now expecting to be able to have a little bit of home delivered to them wherever they are. You know, I mean, I expect to be able to get US goods even though I live in London. And so when we have an economy and individuals that are saying that, I think the important thing for larger companies to say to them, to both sides, not just SMEs, but to governments alike, is that there is a need to have clear and consistent rules that are based on values that I frankly think we all share. I think no matter what country you live in, privacy is important. However, how you decide to protect privacy might be a bit different. However, we all acknowledge that security and privacy and content that is put on some of these platforms should all be protected and respected. So as I talk to SMEs or our partners, you know, I'm saying to them, you know, let's go to government. Let's talk about how cross-border data flows or how the lack of a privacy law is impacting your business. And then to governments, I'm talking about how SMEs are having a harder time because there might not be a privacy law, or because there is friction between two different governments about their approach on privacy and is not allowing for prevailing rules and norms and best practices to be respected between the two countries. And so I think sometimes that frankly erodes the ability for companies, it's large and small, to comfortably operate around the world.
Have they convinced you? Have they won you over on the importance of this? If this is the biggest part of our global economy and our global growth, if this is the bigger opportunity for economic recovery and resilience moving forward, how is it that as the UK, Australia, Canada, the US, Europe, Africa, all come up with these agreements, we don't know what the value of this digital trade is, and we don't know what the value of these agreements is. In every single one of these countries or regions, one by one, these trade negotiators, these practitioners are getting hauled up before Parliament, before Senate, and now challenged. They've got teams of people who are trying to implement, negotiate this stuff. They've got massive investments they're spending on folk like us, the consultants and the damn lawyers who come into the room, who help the roadshows and explain this to people. There's a lot of money going into this, and parliaments and senates are saying, where's our return on investment? If this is so important, show us the importance. And you've had countries like Australia who turn around and get demanded to say, and I hate going back to the damn data localization bit again, but you put data localization in these agreements. Have we seen a mitigation of these? So if this is so important, are they selling you on this? How come we can't capture this? Go for it.
Well, I think it's difficult because I think we've had a lot of mission creep, and you can see mission creep across several different pieces of regulation globally. I think what we're considering to be national security and of national importance, national security used to, I think, have a very clear definition, and now we look at economic concerns as a part of national security. So when countries are looking at how they want to define data localization, or they want to tier an importance, different types of data that need to be housed in country versus those that can be mirrored, versus the type of data that can flow freely, I think that there is more and more concern that they're allowing data that is really, really important to go elsewhere. I think is one of the concerns I think I would cite from a regulatory standpoint, at least.
So I open this up to you to pick up on before Tola jumps in. Let's start bringing all of this home. What recommendations would you make to the policy leaders to be able to answer this question? What should they be driving forward from your sales force, from your corporate private sector viewpoint? Where do we need to get this right?
Yeah, so I think discussions at the multilateral level around our attitudes towards data are really important, because I think as we've seen products like the AI principles that the OECD put out, it allowed for a certain cushion to be created for countries to then go out and say, okay, this is a definition that has been stress tested by more than several different countries, that the private sector opined on, and it allowed for a more solid bit of agreement to emerge on really thorny issues. I think another good example of a multilateral effort was the government access principles around government access to data principles. I think that was a really thorny issue that a lot of countries were really, really concerned about, and the fact that the OECD sat down and tried to put together a set of principles then allowed countries to have a bit more, to relax, to have, I think, a little bit less concern about what's happening in the technology space, because I think kind of all talked around the fact that technology is an amazing opportunity, and I think there has been a lot of concern and freak out about the level and the pace of innovation. And so as we now, I think, are starting to get a bit more used to the pace of innovation, I think people are now starting to become a bit more calm about the regulatory challenges presented by innovation, and able to take a more clear-minded approach to regulation. I'm not saying it's always perfect, but I do think that at the multilateral level, you can at least see where there are more level-headed conversations and principles that are being created, and then how you see that those same principles then showing up in regulatory efforts, and that creating a sort of global best practice. So I think there's reason to hope in the space at least.
She's good, right? She calmed me down last night like this as well. So suddenly I feel like we've suddenly got somewhere. As I was working with my colleague Greg on that wonderful speech you heard this morning, and trying to G him up into saying, actually, we've got to get this right now. Because I'm terrified of this moment. I think as the AI-driven rules and regulations come through, I think that map out that he gave to us that said, one of these countries, we're going to see some bad actors utilize AI for what they want, and then the next thing that's going to happen is people are going to start slamming down in response to what they hear as the call to regulate, and we're going to go overboard because we think this is how you somehow match up safety and security with economic growth, and they'll regulate the way out of this. Your desire to get 54 countries to agree on a set of principles by which SMEs can play out an entire, that seems fundamental to me. And I'm not quite sure we've worked out what we got wrong last time and how to get this right. She's very good at calming me down. I'm worried we haven't learned our lessons yet at a time where it is so fundamentally important. Tell me I'm wrong.
So I think I'll pick back first on your question before this one, right? Which is the question of why has it been incredibly hard for us to measure digital trade and its impact? And I think it's probably four things, right? I think the first is the word digital trade is very nebulous, right? Like, if anything, so usually, if I say it's goods, you know what that is. It's like, it's like
my car.
Goods, cars, services, kind of clear. The thing digital trade is, it's digital, which is like online. It's a means to an end. And trade, also very broad and nebulous. One of the big questions and arguments that you have in every digital trade negotiation is, what classifies as digital trade here and what does not, right? And because in the end, digital trade is mostly a means to an end, what it ends up happening is, you kind of have, and it happens a lot in the negotiations, where you touch on an issue and someone says, oh, isn't that a trading services issue? Isn't that a trading goods issue? Isn't that and that happens all the time. And so that's the first thing, right? It's like, it's so nebulous and fluid in a way. And so there's this whole concern of, where do I start measuring digital trade from? And at what point do I stop measuring?
Let me interrupt him. Because they do this all the time. And I know what he's saying, and I tend to agree. Do you not know what digital trade is? Let me see. Who doesn't know what digital trade is in my audience of digital professionals? You're all doing it in this. Who doesn't know what it is? Because we'll explain it to you. So you all do know what it is. Okay.
Is it the enabler of the physical goods, or is it the actual selling of software and things?
It's both. I would say there's
is it both?
It's delivered, and then it's ordered. So it's I think it's the.
So it's the mechanism that would help that small SME, in Kenya, sell their goods to other countries.
And these conversations, this fundamental question determines whether e-commerce is a conversation within digital trade negotiations or it's not. It covers whether things like postal service and logistics matters or not. That's one of the first things. I think the second thing is, I think we've had a longer time to try and figure out other protocols. So we've had a longer experience with trade, we've had a longer experience with services than, goods and services than we have with digital trade. Before we did the 1993 WTO agreement, we had been doing trade for quite a number of time. Suddenly you've got this fast-moving world where digital comes in, tech comes in, online things come in, and suddenly you want us to create rules for it. And everyone is like, I don't understand it enough, right? I've not had enough practice of what's, for instance, one thing that happens a lot is, and I'll use AI, a great example, right, is, so when I go to capitals and I'm talking to presidents or ministers, one of the questions that comes up a lot is, how do I approach AI, right? And the reason is simple. The biggest AI companies today are in the US or in the UK or Europe, right? I don't have a lot of big digital AI companies in my country. So I don't have anyone to engage to ask all the questions that I want to ask, right? I don't have as much practitioners actually playing around with things. So the question is, but at the same time, you tell me there's benefits. So I don't want to make rules that cut me out of whatever benefit. But I don't understand it enough to even think about the rules. And that is exactly what it looks like for when people try to make rules around digital trade. Because there's just not enough practice on how to, on what it means for most businesses and most countries. I think the third big issue is we're at that point where some of the biggest benefits of trade, not digital trade now, trade are beginning to show. Now, previously, countries cared more about infrastructure than trade. For the longest time, they cared more about big roads and super highways than trade. And then suddenly, people saw how much an economy could make prosperity by trade. Singapore showed them, right? The US showed them, right? China showed them. So it became an issue of, oh wow, trade matters. So now everyone is coming saying, I want to be part of this trade cake, right? And then now it's, oh, digital trade cake, right? Without understanding the world. And that's the third big part, right? So you have this course where there's almost like a scramble for digital trade. And that's why digital localization confusions are happening. Because everyone is scrambling. Everyone wants to be part of it, right? Because they've seen the last benefits happen, and they weren't part of the last benefits, and now they want to be part of this benefit, but they don't understand it enough. And that's why I think it's hard to measure, because what's happening is you've got this, people trying to act like they understand it enough, even when they don't. Now, going to your second question, which is, all the lessons of the last time.
Hold on. Samandra, has he got it right? You've benefited in this world. You're playing in this world. Is this the problem with digital trade?
I actually had a different thought about what you said, which is I feel there's a risk of leapfrogging to the latest hot topic, for instance, AI, but then forgetting other elements crucial to development that enable countries to even at some point reach the point where they can engage in the latest hot topic. So I think whilst there's always trends in development and the coolest thing to do right now, they all need to happen at the same time, and they need to be adapted to different countries. So I think one level is having these conversations at the multilateral level, which is very important because that sets hopefully best practice and engages as many countries as possible. Now, for instance, on the JSI, we have 90 countries engaged. It's not enough. It should be more. Only 4 LDCs, least developed countries. So, but on the ground level, you still need to do the boring stuff. You still need your infrastructure. You still need your very basic infrastructure. You still need very basic primary education, primary healthcare. That is an enabling environment to then lead to digital engagement at some point. And then you need all the aid for trade things that we're doing. So it's a combination of things. I don't think we should just talk about the hottest topic. We should talk about everything that sits behind countries being able to engage properly with the hottest topic.
But if this question's sort of correct, which it resonates for me, isn't digital trade effectively just trade at this point in time? If the enablers and the actual transactions are the whole piece, aren't we now just trying to recognise that digital is enabling the economy?
Yeah. So of course, we have, we were saying there used to be trade in goods and then trade in services, and now there's digital, but there's digitally delivered services. So it's all one. Yeah. It's all one thing.
Which is where the confusion comes in, which I'll get back to, and Tola will come back to this. But we had a story this morning about the Ministry of Transportation and the Ministry of Communications not talking, and so therefore you couldn't roll out roads with, I think H was running this line out, you couldn't run out communications lines, fibre with roads, which was insane. And I thought, well, my experience is the other way around. In India, they rolled out a lot of communications and fibre networks before the roads were put in place. And now the problem was every time that they cut up a road or realised that they had to lay the road properly, they cut the communications line. And the Communications Ministry kept asking the Transportation Ministry where they were going to be digging next, because they didn't want, what we're talking about is that level of coordination, because digital has become the enabler of both economic development and trade, which means we can't forget the lessons, but then it gets complicated to Tola's position because we have to align with our neighbours. And we have to align with our different ministries. If I got Saad back up here, because he was very diplomatic from the bits I caught of the content moderation, the real issue that challenges him and my friends in the other big platforms when we really talk content moderation is how many ministers I have to get in the room, because I heard someone asking about a content economy. I can do comms easily at this point in time. Rob, we've been doing this for 30 years. It's how many content economies do we actually have right now, because we're moderating lots of different, not only types and typologies of content, but cultures and cultural sensitivities as well. So that's where I start getting very complicated across 54 economies. Yeah. How do I get them to agree on these basics so we enable economic growth and resilience?
Thank you. That's a very good question. I think the way
I
we've
knew I'd
approached
get one in finally.
The way we've approached it is to kind of have some sorting order, right? So when we're engaging, one of the things we tried to do was do a set of stakeholder engagement with all the member states and the private sector groups within them. Two things happened that we found very interesting. One of them is that countries are actually not really great at engaging the private sector in their countries. It was pretty weird, right? Because what happens is that first you trust the country to engage with the private sector group and bring and harvest all their opinions, and that just wasn't happening, right? They were bringing government positions, right? So what we had to do first was engage the private sector groups in the countries and also try to engage the government, so separate them in each countries. What starts to happen is you start to see a common position on those issues, right? So usually we'll come up with, usually on most issues, there are 3-4 opinions, right? Usually the private sector has a strong opinion on something, or they're indifferent about something. The government either has a strong opinion on something or is indifferent about something. You kind of end up with that. When you put that in more interesting metrics against other countries, you start to have a very interesting mass where a country cares about national security and wants to put a national security clause on every phrase, right? And you have another country who is like, I just want telecoms access all around the continent. And you've got someone else that says things like, oh, I don't care about that. I just want e-commerce access. I want my goods to be able to move in. And so you have this interest. And so one of the things we did was we tried to create a map, right? On an issues-based map. What are the issues that matter to everyone? And what's the issues-based map? Meaning, on the issue of data localization, what's everyone, private sector and public sector on this issue? On the issue of document authentication, where's everybody? On the issue of digital identity, someone wants foundational identities only. Someone wants functional identities. Someone doesn't even want identities at all, right? Map all that out. Now, when you've done that, the question starts to become, what exactly is your strongest opinion on this issue, right? What's great about it is, in some cases, you find that a country doesn't really care about an issue because they don't have an industry there yet. That's great. So you want to figure out the guys who have strong opinions, either for or against, and then try to figure out what exactly can we agree on. So what we did, interestingly, on the protocol, when you see it, is we have a protocol and we're going to have an annex separate from the protocol. Why that's important is we try to ensure that in the protocol, we could put the things that they agreed on and then agree to decide the mechanisms for the rest in the annex. So for instance, on things like digital identity, everyone agreed there should be some kind of rules around digital identity. Fantastic. Now the question is, should it be foundational? Should it be functional? What exactly is functional? What exactly is foundational? Gets more complicated. What exactly? And then you say, okay, can we take all the thorny issues and make them an issue for the annex, right? And then decide what modalities will the annex take. And that's kind of how we've approached it, right? Because you're talking 54 countries, you're talking 54 times 2, because now there's private sector in the 54 countries and public sector. And that's kind of how we've approached it so far. It's worked so far. Another thing that's been interesting is to actually ask people to reduce things to documents. And why that's important is this, and I was making a joke to someone interestingly, is that a number of times you might find out that the problem is not the government, but a person in the government. And that happens a lot, where the government doesn't have a strong position on something, but someone has a personal strong position on something and adopts that as the government position by himself, unilaterally. The beautiful thing when you tell them to reduce it to document and send it is they have to clear with capital that they have the right to put that. And that issue is gone.
Wow, that's like a negotiating tactic.
I shouldn't have disclosed that, huh?
No, I'll take that.
As he loses you on the intricacies of negotiating, that first point of government and private sector don't talk the same language, we think of it like an Australian barbecue. In an Australian barbecue, you walk in and the men go one way and the women all go the other way. It's exactly the same with this kind of crap. The government people all go and sit in one corner and the private sector sit in the other corner, and none of them speak the same language. The important issue here for me is the reason Tola is my superior in every other major, correct me if I'm wrong here, Miranda, with the exception of something like a DEPA, every other major trade agreement that has digital, we put it into a chapter, we put it into an MOU, we put it into an annex. He negotiated one that was a digital agreement for a freaking continent. We keep thinking it's something different, and I think digital trade is trade. And I think we need to start making sure that we pull this stuff through into our fundamental trade.
We do have the UK-Singapore digital trade agreement.
Take that. Cheers.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep going because I've got a lot of questions for these guys, but questions. You have the experts up here. I get to fade into the background. Questions for these three, given their experience.
So excuse my ignorance, but
You have a streaming audience that's now drinking heavily behind you. You have to wait for the microphone. And you have to announce who you are.
Oh, so Nada here, part of Access Partnership. Excuse my ignorance, but I was curious also in terms of budgets or development funds. You know, when you prioritize which products or which areas does the money actually go to in the short and medium and long term? What plays a factor in that decision-making process, if I may ask? Because that obviously trickles down into what is possible and is available in terms of infrastructure to have any of these negotiations to begin with. So,
it's a good question. I mean, we currently have an international development strategy that was agreed last year. It sets out the key principles of what we want to pursue in terms of the different areas of development. And it's a long-term strategy. The actual programming is then done within that. We realize that our aid budget, whilst being generous, is not going to solve all the issues. It's currently 0.51% of GNI. So one of the key, especially for us in the Department for Business and Trade, one of the key elements is how do we use our aid budget strategically to mobilize private investment? And how do we ensure that it is helping businesses then continue the journey for us? In terms of how we set the priorities, it is partially political, of course, but then these strategies are meant to be long-term and kind of outlive the different governments. There was, in my personal opinion, a big change in the UK's development strategy in the last few years. In the last development strategy that we have now, we have a lot more of a focus on economic development, on investment as a tool, different types of investment, so both ODA-backed investment, private investment, concessional. But also, I think it's a bit of a mind shift change in seeing countries as partners and working together on what tools are needed to grow this partnership, rather than what I think people see as more traditional aid. We still do that, but I think the focus has shifted to international development, economic development.
And given that governments are from Mars and private sectors from Venus, how well are they picking up on what private sector needs to see in these agreements?
I mean, I don't want to be the person that says government isn't doing a good job. I actually do think you guys are doing a good job. I think in a lot of sectors, in a lot of corners of this conversation. I mean, I really try not to be binary in this policy world, because so rarely is the answer on any of these policy issues a good or bad, yes or no. It's always a question of nuance. And so I do think that the government, especially I'll say the UK government, it has consultations, meetings, open door policies, the trade principles that you put out, talking about data localization, and talking about the building blocks, whether it be cybersecurity, source code, or what have you, to e-commerce chapter or the digital trade chapter, and your viewpoint. So it's not only just listening to us, but also articulating what you think, and then giving us the opportunity to comment on what you've put out. I think you see consultations in the EU, the US, UK. I think a lot of different countries have been doing this, especially on privacy and AI, where they first will put out a paper. I think that is so critically important, and I think it is, maybe, I usually would describe myself as a pessimistic person, but I sounded very optimistic today, which is uncharacteristic. But I really do think that a lot of these consultations show that governments are really trying to take into account the viewpoints of private sector, and also understanding that the private sector, with the innovation, they are thinking about how to ethically roll out a lot of this innovation and a lot of the bits and pieces that underpin what we talk about when we talk about digital trade. And so government listening to private sector and actually not thinking the worst of us I think is also good. I mean, I know we're talking about in the earlier panel, self-regulation, I don't think that is an answer, but I just think in this age of innovation, the answer is going to be very many things, and it's going to be a multifaceted answer, and so that's beyond what you asked. But yes, I think it's good, and there's evidence in consultations and the amount of papers that are being put out and meetings.
I think she's saying you're doing so-so. Whenever my daughter says, I know you're trying hard to understand what I said, I know it's a put down. Question over here.
Thank you. My question is directed at Tola. My name is Samantha, and I hosted a session earlier. I wonder if it's a question of proof of concept. You're talking about trying to get agreement. 54 countries, you've already highlighted how difficult that is, but there's regional groups within Africa, for instance. And is it a question of pushing some sort of regional harmonization to actually then demonstrate really what is possible to set the standard for the rest of the continent? So that's one question, and sort of linked to that is, through that proof of concept, you create this larger market. We've already got customs unions, but the potential for digital trade within that, you're talking about, hyperscalers, for instance, locating, cloud service farms or cloud platforms in one country. That's already created a much larger market than looking at, an individual country. And is that possible? Is, for instance, ECOWAS, I lived in Ghana for a little bit, if you're Nigerian, if we put the Google, cloud platform in Ghana, given the sort of friendly competition that there is between Ghana and Nigeria, would Nigerians trust the frameworks and the protections, etc., that are in place in Ghana to manage that regional cloud platform?
Thank you so much. That's a really, really good question. And why I'm smiling a lot is, it almost seems like you were in the room when we're having some conversations. So one of the things there's a proof of concept we're trying to work on. We call that a guided trade initiative, right? One of the proof of concept we're trying to actually push for digital trade is actually on e-commerce. So one of the big arguments is, we've got all these big arguments about what digital trade exactly is, right? And you can talk all you want, but people want to see real results. So one of the big arguments is, if you're a small businessman in Ghana, Burundi, or you're even a big commerce provider, one of the biggest hurdles to e-commerce for you is last mile logistics, the last mile delivery. The people who have the biggest spread historically for last mile is postal services, right? So one of the pilot projects we're running around, and we're trying to do something in East Africa now, and that's actually why I am next week in Mombasa, is to say, can we use the post services as a last mile delivery for e-commerce? Basically build some kind of digital platform on top of it, and then say, you're a trader, you don't have to think about getting things past your next closest postal service, and someone's going to get it passed from there. And so you can focus on within you, because what you see on the continent is, within one country, there's great logistics, but once you start to think cross-border, it's just incredibly broken. And the question is, can we use the postal services, the PAPUs, the Pan-African Postal Union, the East African Postal Union, as a way to do some kind of pilot project about what's possible? So I love that you're saying that, because it means that maybe we're not that crazy after all, right? We're probably saying the right things, right? So it's great, so that's one of the things we're trying to do with guided trade and having some kind of things. The second question you asked, which I think is fundamentally just as important, is the question of the rivalry around the continent and whether there's trust. So what I find is this. I find that, and it's a very random phrase I heard once, right? Where goods cross, guns don't cross, right? And I think what kind of happens is, when economic development starts to get delivered, people actually throw most of those sentiments across the country. And one easy way to say it is this. You can go on Twitter or X now and if you're Ghanaian, you probably can diss Nigerians and just come back at you. But if you're not Ghanaian and not Nigerian and you diss one of the two countries, they're both going to come together and come at you. And that's just what it is. And so the thing is, in the end, there's a healthy rivalry and there's a lot of tease and that, right? But like in the end, when it gets to the same case, because the thing is, on the continent, our problems are similar, right? Everyone has the same issues around how do we deliver quality education, and on the continent, how do we deliver quality housing, how do we deliver prosperity. So our problems are the same. And I think, and you'd see that from how people received the AFCFTA agreement, right? The AFCFTA agreement, interestingly, was negotiated entirely by African countries at the beginning, in the sense that there was actually almost no foreign aid into the actual first negotiation. It was member states themselves saying, may the late Ambassador Chiedo rest in peace, who drove that entire process. It was just member states saying, we want an agreement. And people received it well because it was, okay, interesting, right? There's a big question around movement of goods. There's this issue of an African passport. There's a lot of conversations happening. They're not all making the same progress. But what you see is that if you draw out very carefully and transparent, I like some of the things she's saying around writing documents and pushing them out there, allowing people to engage and writing comments. If you do a lot of that, for instance, there's something now called it's pushed by Afrexim. This whole idea of saying, can we create a mechanism for ensuring that you can you can change currency within the continent without having to change it, move it outside the continent. So there's a lot of interesting things happening. And I think the big argument is, yes, those things can fly if you want, provide as much information to private sector and to people about it. And I think that's something governments on the African continent are not really great at, which is providing as much information, allowing people, like, there's a lot of, and it's a teaser I say, there's a lot of infantilizing of citizens that happens, where it's like, you don't know enough, this is what we think is best. What you've seen happen is, if you give people the information they need to be able to make quality decisions and the context for that decisions and the assumptions based on which decisions are made, I've actually seen over and over again people engage well. An example is what we've done, what's happened with M-Pesa in Kenya. And now M-Pesa is actually almost an East African thing, because it's not just like in Kenya. And interestingly, what's funny about M-Pesa is there's a massive rivalry in East Africa within Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. But everybody wants M-Pesa because it's worked. It's delivered financial inclusion in Kenya successfully. And now everybody wants the same thing. It's run by Safaricom. They make a lot of money out of it, but everybody wants it because it actually does work.
Great set of answers. The thing he's about to learn about the postal unions and the postal footprint is they're one of the most trusted entities in most countries, and so they work when you get excited about this for e-commerce, because people are happy to go in there and get their money from them and their remittances, and they'll pay it. They have an identity, and they are the least service-oriented institutions on the planet. Trying to turn them into Amazon is not a fun job to go through.
I agree.
But he's going to go through that journey now. But the other point he raises is the competition, because you raised Ghana and Nigeria, and back in China at the outset of the telecommunications revolution, they put a secret list together in China amongst the provincial PTTs. And so they said, yes, we're the central government, yes, we will fund, yes, telecommunications is strategically important. And then they published a list of the maturity index of the regional PTTs, and they put the competition out there. It's something we've been trying to argue to ASEAN. If you let people compete, if you let countries compete, they try to get ahead of each other, and then they complain when you put the index out and say, you judged us wrong. We're better than this. We beat Laos. We can come ahead of it. Yeah. It works really nicely. It's not something to be afeared of. Other questions we have?
I think UNCTAD has an e-readiness measurement tool that they put out now, which is...
Don't get me started. I'm going to argue with that one. Yes,
We talked about that last night too.
Yes, we did. It's wrong, but I've got.
I didn't say that.
Great, Onika here again. So I'm finally realizing that I'm one of those old people I used to talk about. A little impatient with our progress. So when I just have a question with regards to the Africa trade. How have we done in terms of inter-trade, Africa trade offline, African countries trading and moving goods with each other? Because I really believe that technology alone is not going to solve it. If we are not socially inspired to do business and trade with one another, we are wired right now to do everything via our colonial homes and back. I mean, you see it in transportation in terms of air travel. It's cheaper for me to fly to Washington than it is for me to fly to Lilongwe, which is 2-hour flight away from my home. We've maintained those systems for a while. So I'm really worried about this one digital market in terms of the political will outside of the talk. The political will to implement and actually get it done. What are we seeing? And the only example I have so far is that I saw a big fight for .Africa, to be granted through ICANN. And we are sitting here 5 years later, about 1.5 million websites registered in Africa, and only 61,000 .Africa. So where's this Africa pride? One Africa, one digital market. And what is there a magic bullet for how we get behind implementation? Maybe we are exhausted from the fight. It's possible that we've fought so much, we've had to fight, because everything we do, we have to fight for it. And when we come to implementation, we're just really exhausted. We are celebrating the document. How do we make sure that this does not happen with the one digital market? And I'll give you another example with the roaming, sub-regional roaming. I thought sub-regional roaming could be an easy pick for us. If we really want one digital market, can we figure out sub-regional roaming first? And we still haven't gotten that. So what's going to be the game changer here?
The question's to Danielle?
No.
Yes.
Oh. Just say M-Pesa a lot of times.
I think the question's actually for you.
I think so. So I think you're asking the right question. I think skepticism is a right thing with how to approach most of the things. The reason is there's an hubris around this kind of negotiations where we pat ourselves at the back for doing a negotiation and tell ourselves the work is done, and it's not done, right? So when you see the work plan that we've designed around digital trade, one of the things we set out very clearly is there's a work to be done around negotiation, there's work to be done around adoption, there's work to be done around domestication and ratification, and there's work to be done around implementation. And they're like 4 different things. And they're just as stressful as the last, right? And I think one of the things, and she mentions, is that there's a tendency to want to get on hot topics. And what happens a lot is we do this agreement and we reward ourselves and we're like a batch. We've done it, right? Rather than counting out the rewards that come out of it. And one of the things that I think is important that I try to push a lot is to say, can we start measuring as much as quickly as possible the results and hold ourselves publicly accountable to the measurement? Because what that does is it humbles us really quickly, right? When you just want to pat yourself at the back for saying, and when you come to this kind of panel, it's great when people like Peter say things like, he is working for the entire 54 country. You can be like, oh wow, great. But then you're like, how many people actually have done trade on that agreement? Yeah. Right? What does that mean for anybody? Yeah. In real time. Now, the other thing to put though is some of these works are also systemic shifts that's going to take a bit of time. Even the EU agreement took a bit of time to get together, right? So some of these things are going to take. She
doesn't have time. She told you that. Impatient.
I know. I agree. So there's systemic. There's this fact that there's systemic. These things change over time, and you've got to do that. But I think the second thing, and this is where I come to the private sector. I think that what you need to happen also is, and that's where engaging private sector matters, is in the end, agreements are what they are, agreements. If nobody uses them, they're all they are, agreements, right? And one of the things we need to do, and I think people like Singapore have done that really well, is create reciprocal mechanisms, right? Where you draft an agreement and you give clear incentives for private sector within that agreement. So meaning, how are we measuring the agreement and how are we saying, this is where you were on the agreement. If you do this and do this, you enjoy this benefit. If you don't, you drop off, right? And I think that's one of the things we need to get better as a continent, where we say this agreement matters, and one of the things we're trying to do now with the digital trade protocol is to come up with a fruit basket of rewards, right, of sorts, meaning saying, you're saying you don't have capacity around this. We can support you on the capacity if you do this and this and this within the next few days, right, or next few months. And trying to create some kind of reward and incentive system within the agreement itself is one thing we're trying to do. The second thing that I think you called out very specifically is the issue around the domains and all. And I think this is also an issue of misreading the room. I don't think that, I think in a global economy, I don't think most people, and it's great to shout .Africa, but I don't think most people want to build a .Africa business.
Who wants to use it?
People want to build a .com business. Yep. That's just what it is. And that's one of those places where it's easy for policymakers to misread the room and fight for things, and it's great to have it, but like, and what I was trying to do when I picked my phone was to check how many .eus actually exist as against how many .coms. It's just what it is. Like, not a lot of American business would have a .us at the back of their domain. It's just what it is. People want to build a .com. The promise of the internet is trade around the world, not trade just within my continent. And that matters. And that's one of the things where we're fighting we need to be careful about the battles to fight, the ones that we need to win, and actually reading the rooms and reading the right sentiments. And it's one of those things where a private sector person or a government person can care about something, but does that actually deliver real dividends? And we need to be able to start to separate between what is vanity metrics and what is actual prosperity measured by improved real lives.
Don't lose sight of the objective.
There's a lot of money on that Third Africa though.
We've spent lots of money on lots of white elephants. That's okay though. Don't lose sight of the objective, and people tend to. You know, we're trying to build digital identities into these trade protocols. It doesn't really matter. I've got an identity that traverses a good number of African states when I go into the various ride-sharing platforms. They recognise me no matter where I am. We've solved much of the payments issues. The bit that we brought you in here today was to try to identify where the focus needs to be, because so much of the strength of this digital trade stuff is in the private sector. It's where a lot of the expertise is. And we've actually got to pull that out and make sure that we're framing rules around that. One of the things we're about to learn is that regulations are yesterday, even while we're going to keep demanding of our leaders to get this right. It's going to be standards driven as we move forward. I'm getting the wrap up from Luca, who's saying that my drink is finally ready. Can I get you to thank the 3 contestants? Just before we go to end comments, and I know she'll kick me afterwards, but can I also get you to thank Luca and Palm, who've done such an excellent job. And I'm going to throw it back to Mayanne.
That was a little bit abrupt. Can I get the panelists to stand and we will take a photograph while the audience stays very, very quiet and looks very awkward while we take a picture together. All right.
Latin America? Can he come and now hone his skills in Latin America?
I was telling him yesterday, but because you have a digital trade agreement with New Zealand and Singapore for 2 years ago.
I was distracting so you could take the pictures.
And we have not kept any action away around it, so.
Thank you very much. All right, I have the indubitable pleasure to round us all up and to help us through the entire thing. I have a QR code that is now flashed there. These are my real-time comments and my real-time notes for the entire session. So as I summarize the discussions for all of us, you can QR code and follow along with me. This will only be on the QR code will be on the screen for another couple of seconds, and then I'll get the projector to actually switch it over to the actual discussion summary. So do QR code it. Everybody good? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, can we switch it over to my session? Sorry, my document online. Oh, oops. Oh, okay. Well, you can follow along on your devices because I saw a lot of people actually clicking on it. All right, so we started along with CEO of Access Partnership, Gregory Francis, talking a little bit about the AI picture. And he really focused on this idea that there is a picture that we're moving around a journey. And our task, AI for all, AI for good. We really need to make sure that we're inclusive. And as our entire session is really around emerging economies, I think that this is a fantastic message to start us off with. We then moved on to artificial intelligence. And if you scroll right all the way down, where I have the session summary, on page, where am I? On page 3, you will see that for AI, that session, I took away the fact that we need to be humble as we talk about AI policy. We can't think that we have all the answers. We need to be inclusive. We need to grab people from not only all walks of life, but all sectors. And we need to understand that there are different journeys that people will be having and different priorities that they want to build first. So there is no one-size-fits-all solution. The second bullet point I have there is complexity. We need to understand that this AI policy thing, and this is a technical term, this AI policy thing is actually quite hard, and traditional approaches will not solve the problems the same way. We need to do the hard things. We need to do things like figure out how to measure, monitor, and modify the policy. So agile policy development is really important. From then we moved on to the connectivity gap, or mind the connectivity gap. And my takeaways from that session are a little bit sad because I felt that the session summary was that we're not quite doing quite well. There is a gap. Connectivity continues to be a really difficult problem, especially with rural-urban divides continuing to exacerbate, and the speed of new technologies coming in, the speed of new demands on connectivity coming in are only making that divide worse. So question on existing solutions not cutting it, where are we going with the new solutions and the new dynamics that are going to be needed? Last week when I was, again over the weekend, I was at the UN SDG Summit. They were actually talking about enabling $50 devices for everybody, and that being subsidized or actually rolled out by governments. So I think that there are people looking at universal access policies and how new ideas can be thrown up. I'm not quite sure how that's all going to be funded, but again, I think that no idea is a silly one. I think we need new ideas. Session number 3, the super controversial one, content moderation. I summarized this with, I think that there are a lot of questions that need to be unpacked for content moderation. There are lots of things in the toolbox that we can pick out, but not everything is going to be suitable for everyone at any given point in time. Different people, different groups will have different priorities at different points in time. We need to look at the policy development from a rather from a point-to-point perspective. You're not supposed to be doing a one-size-fits-all, and I think that maybe it's because we're a little bit used to perhaps an EU way of doing things. Let's harmonize things. We're grappling a little bit with the complexities of actually needing to go down to the regional and the national level. And I think that we're up for this challenge, but we need to firstly understand that let's not call too much for harmonization all at once. Let's listen to let's listen to and unpack everything in the first instance. And of course, the final digital trade panel that we've just had, the takeaways that I had were: going global and staying local. Digital trade is not a zero-sum game. We could be looking at expanding the pie for everyone. Taking away also, we need calming mechanisms for regulators. And I put a little picture for myself somewhere, like keep calm and carry on. We need not hard regulations, but principles and guidelines to tackle the thorny issues, not to immediately jump to a solution or jump to a policy recommendation, which may not necessarily be good for everybody. Thirdly, hard to measure digital trade, but important to keep discussing and planning the innovative ideas around building trade regions. And then my favorite thing, getting countries to compete in rankings is not necessarily a bad thing, because you keep people, competing against each other. And the final point, which we didn't have a lot of time to unpack, but something which a lot of my team and I am also working on, a lot of this is actually going to be standards driven. Thank you very much for your attention. I really want to congratulate all of you for sticking with us till the end. We do have drinks for you at the can I call it the bar now? at the dining hall. So please feel free to interact with each other and really have a good evening. And I wish you all the best for the next part of your journey, whether it's away or here. Thank you. That's it? All right. Thank you very much.